Some treasures belong on the ocean floor. Others were buried there, on purpose. Salvage. Chapter 1. The run went north from his house at 5:40, which gave Mike 45 minutes before the beach got complicated by dogwalkers and early tourists, and the occasional retiree doing Tai Chi in a way that suggested they'd learned it from a video rather than a person. November had settled into its best behavior. 64 degrees, the kind of air that had finally decided what it was rather than negotiating between summer's leftover heat and the coast's idea of fall. The tide was full in, which meant no packed shelf of sand for the metal detector, which was fine, because the detector stayed in the carport on run mornings. He ran the same route he always ran. North past the access ramp, past the cleared lot where the sea oats were winning their slow argument with the developer who'd lost interest 3 years ago, past the point where A1A bent away from the water and the road noise fell off and the sound of the ocean filled in behind it. His knees had developed opinions about running at 48 that they hadn't had at 38, and he'd learned to start slow enough that the opinions got made before the first mile rather than during it. The beach at 5:40 was the best version of itself. Low light coming in flat off the water, the kind that made everything look like it had been placed there with intention. The pelicans working the near shore with the focused professionalism of animals that had never confused what they were for. He ran through it without thinking about anything specific, which was the point of the run. Not emptying the head, just giving it something automatic to do so the other things could sort themselves without being pushed. He'd gone maybe a mile and a half when he saw the figure on the public access cooler. Not unusual, exactly. People sat on the beach at odd hours for odd reasons, and Mike had long since stopped evaluating strangers on the beach as potential problems on the basis of their choice of seating. But this man had the particular quality of someone who'd been sitting there long enough that the sitting had become the point rather than the pause before something else, and there was a stillness in him that was different from the stillness of someone watching the ocean. Mike recognized the stillness before he recognized the man. Pat Doyle was 58, built wide through the chest the way commercial divers got built. Not gym muscle, working muscle. The kind that came from years of equipment and water resistance, and the specific physical demands of a job done in an environment designed to resist human occupation. He had gray hair gone to white at the temples, kept short, and a face that the sun and salt water had worked on over 3 decades into something that looked like it had been tested and had held up. He was looking at the water. Mike slowed, stopped, because the cut on Pat's right hand was visible even at this distance. A clean slice across the palm, wrapped in what appeared to be a gas station paper towel held by a strip of electrical tape, the improvised first aid of a man who dealt with the injury wherever he was and hadn't gone anywhere more equipped since. Pat. Pat looked up. Not startled. He'd heard Mike's footsteps, probably from 20 yards out, the situational awareness of a man who spent time in environments where knowing what was around you was a practical survival skill. Mike. He said it the way you said a familiar name, when the familiar name appearing was something you'd half expected and weren't sure how to feel about. That hand needs something better than electrical tape. Probably. Pat looked back at the water. I'm okay. Mike sat on the cooler's other end, which was not the response Pat had designed the 2 words to produce, and they sat there together for a moment with the ocean doing its low November thing in front of them, the light coming up slowly the way November light came up, taking its time about it. You want to tell me what happened? Not particularly. Okay. That was it for a while. Seagulls worked the waterline 20 yards south. The pelicans moved further offshore, where something had apparently improved their prospects. The air had the salt and iodine smell of a beach at high tide, when the water was fully on the shore, and the exposed sand smell hadn't come in yet. We were running the south corridor, Pat said finally. The way people said things, they decided to say while appearing to have decided nothing. Night dive. Billy's idea. I'll be honest about that. Because Billy's ideas always have a way of sounding reasonable until you're in the middle of them. What were you looking for? Billy said he'd found something. Equipment on the seafloor, 30 feet down, about 11 miles south of the inlet. He'd been out there free diving on a weekend, and he swam over a debris field and got curious. Pat turned the wrapped hand over, looked at it. Turns out that's the right word for it. Debris. What it looked like, anyway. What happened to your hand? Equipment casing. Edge of it. Dark water. You come up against something wrong, and you come up against it fast. He said it with the matter-of-fact tone of a man for whom underwater injuries were a cost-of-business reality, and the specific details of this one were less relevant than the context surrounding it. That's not the part that kept me out here at 5:30. Mike waited. There was another diver, Pat said. Not Billy. Billy was 20 yards off working the debris field. Somebody else. Already in the water when we got there, working that same area. He looked at the horizon. He knew we were there before we knew he was there. Dive lights in dark water. You see them coming a long way off. He waited until I was close, and then came at my light, not aggressive, more like trying to see who I was. And then he went. Fast, directional. A man who knew where he was going, and had made the decision to go before I'd finished registering he was there. Professional. Trained, anyway. Recreational divers don't move like that in dark water. Pat's jaw worked. He was coming up from the debris field. Whatever's down there, he wasn't discovering it. He knew it was there. Mike sat with that. You didn't call the Coast Guard. I didn't know what to call about. Pat stood, the motion of a man whose body had stiffened during the sitting, and was reasserting its preference for movement. I went home. Cleaned up the hand. Drove here because I needed somewhere to sit that wasn't my house. He looked at Mike with the direct, assessing look of a man who'd made a decision somewhere between the parking lot and the cooler. Earl says you look into things. Sometimes. Earl says you've looked into some things this year, and they turned out to be bigger than they appeared initially. That's one way to describe it. What's another way? Mike looked at the ocean, at the flat November water going its own direction without asking anyone's opinion about it. Things that look like individual problems turn out to be the same problem wearing different faces. The face I see is usually the smallest one. Pat was quiet for a moment. My salvage permit's been in renewal delay for 6 weeks. Regional Maritime Office in Jacksonville, no explanation. Calls returned late with less information than the call cost. He said it with the specific flatness of someone who'd been telling himself this was routine and had recently stopped believing his own telling. I've had that permit for 12 years. I've renewed it 4 times. It's never taken more than 3 weeks. 6 weeks and a professional diver already in your debris field, Mike said. That's the part one keep coming back to. Pat picked up the electrical tape hand, looked at it, as if deciding whether to say the next sentence or leave it unsaid. Whatever Billy found, somebody else knows it's there and doesn't want it recovered. Mike stood. The run had another 1.5 miles in it if he was going to keep the circuit he'd started, and his knees were going to have opinions about stopping halfway through that they didn't currently have. But the cooler and the man on it had the quality that things had when they were going to matter. That low-frequency, slightly off-temperature feeling that he'd learned over a summer of this kind of work preceded being useful. Come by the marina this afternoon, Mike said. Earl's office. Bring whatever documentation you have on the permit renewal, the original filing, the acknowledgement from the regional office, any correspondence since. He paused. And bring Billy. Billy's 23. I know. He talks. I know that too. Mike started back south, turning into his run, the knees accepting the restart without too much editorial. Pat. Don't go back to that dive site until I've talked to some people. Pat didn't answer, which was its own kind of answer. A man who made his living in the ocean not agreeing to stay out of it was at least honest about his relationship with the instruction. Mike ran south through the improving light, the pelicans back on shore now, the seagulls doing their disorganized thing along the waterline. By the time he passed the developer's cleared lot, the sun was fully committed to the day, the light going from directional to ambient, the whole beach visible rather than suggested. He ran the last half-mile thinking about a debris field 11 miles south of the inlet at 30 feet, a professional diver in dark water who knew where he was going before Mike's flashlight found him, and a salvage permit that had renewed without delay for 12 years and suddenly couldn't get through a regional office in 6 weeks. Individual problems. Different faces. The smallest face. The house smelled like coffee when he got back, because he'd left the pot on a timer, the one reasonable accommodation to future self that past self consistently managed. He showered, dressed, ate the same eggs and toast breakfast that had become the morning standard, and stood at the window over the sink with the first cup watching Mrs. Alvarez's dachshund work its loop. The burner phone was on the nightstand where it lived. He picked it up on the way through the bedroom to get his jacket. One new text, received at 5:53 while he was on the beach. From Jenny's number. Not a message. Just her name, typed into the message field and sent, Jenny Baker. He looked at it for a moment. A person texted their own name to a contact when they were deciding whether to call, which was the specific behavior of someone who'd started to do something and hadn't fully committed to doing it. Jenny Baker had sent her own name to the burner phone at 5:53 in the morning, which meant she'd been awake and thinking about something specific at 5:53, and the something specific had her circling a call without making it. He could call her. He'd called her before from this number, and she'd answered. But the text wasn't an invitation to call. It was a report of an internal state. Calling on the basis of it would be answering a question she hadn't asked yet. He put the phone in his jacket pocket and went to make a second cup, because the day had given him two things before 7 a.m. that were going to need thinking about, and thinking about two things simultaneously required more coffee than thinking about one. Pat Doyle on a beach cooler, at 5:45 with electrical tape on his hand. Jenny Baker texting her own name to the burner phone at 5:53. Two things. Different faces. He drank the coffee at the counter and decided, the way he'd learned to decide things over a summer of this kind of work, to let them be separate until they weren't, and to spend the time between now and them being the same thing, doing the ground-level work that always preceded the moment when the shape of a thing resolved. He called Earl Tucker at 7:15. Pat Doyle, Mike said when Earl picked up. Figured, Earl said. He's been looking like a man sitting on something for 2 weeks. Worse this morning. How'd you know about this morning? His boat was out last night and back before 5. I know his engine. A pause. He talked to you? He talked to me. He coming by this afternoon. With Billy. Earl made the sound he made when something confirmed what he'd already decided. I'll keep Cody off the fuel dock from 2 onward. Give you the office trailer. Appreciated. You eating enough? You sound like a man who ate half a breakfast. I ate a full breakfast, Earl. The particular skeptical of a man who'd been feeding people from a marina for 30 years and had formed views on the relationship between breakfast completeness and operational effectiveness. I'll have the cook make something for when you come by. Mike let that stand without argument, which was the most efficient response to Earl Tucker's opinions about meals, and hung up. The November morning held its quality outside the window, the kind of day that Florida offered occasionally in this season, as a reminder of what it could be when it wasn't trying to kill you with heat. The dachshund had completed its loop. Mrs. Alvarez was back inside. The street was empty in the specific way of a street whose residents had all started their days, and the street itself was between purposes. He picked up the regular phone, not the burner, and called Jennings. She answered on the second ring. "Tell me something I can work on," she said, which was her version of good morning when she'd already been at her desk long enough to be ready for information. Commercial salvage diver out of Colusa Cay. Pat Doyle. Federal maritime permit up for renewal 6 weeks ago. Jacksonville Regional Office, no movement. He drank the coffee. His dive partner found a debris field 11 miles south of the inlet. Equipment on the seafloor, 30 feet down. Pat went back last night to look and found someone already in the water. Professional. In and out before Pat could get a read on him. Jennings was writing. He could hear the pen. "The permit delay and the mystery diver are connected," she said. Not a question, a working assumption she was already building on. "That's how it feels." Feels how, specifically? Like the permit delay is designed to keep Pat from doing the one thing that would establish what the debris field actually is. What does he think it is? Equipment casings, survey gear. The kind that costs real money. He set the cup down. Jennings. Serial numbers on the equipment. If Billy photographed them, and Billy photographed everything because Billy is 23 and photographs things reflexively, those numbers run through a federal equipment registry. You think it's survey equipment placed there deliberately. I think a professional diver in dark water at 30 feet 11 miles offshore at night isn't recreational. And I think a salvage permit that's renewed without delay for 12 years doesn't suddenly stall for 6 weeks for no reason. He paused. I think somebody surveyed the Southern Lagoon corridor and left the equipment on the seafloor afterward. And I think the permit delay is designed to make sure the person most likely to find and recover that equipment can't legally do anything with what he finds. The pen stopped. Southern Lagoon corridor, Jennings said. South of the inlet. The proposed pipeline route. The pen didn't start again. The silence had the quality of someone running something through a context they already had, and finding that the new information fit the existing context in a way that was both satisfying and uncomfortable. Send me Pat Doyle's permit renewal documentation when you have it, she said. And get Billy's photographs of the serial numbers. This afternoon. I'll run the equipment registry tonight. She paused. Mike. The Forward Florida Land Bank parcels. 3 of the 16 are in the Southern Lagoon corridor. He stood at the window. I know, he said. Though he hadn't, until she said it, connected the specific geography. The land bank from Jenny's pages, the 16 frozen parcels across 6 Florida counties. 3 of them corridor. The pipeline route would increase the value of those parcels considerably, Jennings said. Access to deepwater port infrastructure changes what waterfront property is worth. Same play, Mike said. Same land bank. Same infrastructure investment. Different county, different project, same hand. Johnson's making one more move, Jennings said. Before the case closes. Mike looked at the empty street outside the window, at the November morning that was going about its business, with its usual indifference to the things people were doing inside their houses while it went about its business. Tell Drummond, he said. Already typing the email, Jennings said and hung up. Chapter 2. Earl Tucker noticed things about the boats at his marina, the way he noticed things about the weather. Not by paying attention, exactly, more by not being able to stop himself from registering what was in front of him after 50 years of it being in front of him. Pat Doyle's boat, the Perseverance, was a 32-foot commercial dive vessel, white hull gone chalky at the waterline, twin diesel engines that Earl serviced twice a year, and whose sound he knew the way you knew a voice, close enough to identify it from the road at 4:30 in the morning when it came back from somewhere it had been since midnight. Mike found Earl at the fuel dock at 8:15, doing the same thing Earl did most mornings, which was standing at the end of the dock looking at the inlet with the weather-reading attention that had never required a weather app to function. "Pat's permit," Mike said. 12 years, Earl said. Not once in 12 years did that man have a problem with a renewal. Maritime office in Jacksonville knows his name, knows his operation, knows his record. Clean as a permit gets. He looked at the inlet. 6 weeks ago, he filed the renewal, same as always, and it went into a queue, and the queue stopped returning calls, the way queues stop returning calls when something's happened to the queue. What changed 6 weeks ago? That's what I can't figure. Earl drank his coffee, which had been poured from the trailer pot, and was doing its competent but not exceptional thing. Pat hasn't changed anything about his operation. Same boat, same equipment, same dive partner, same service area. He's not in any regulatory trouble I know of. His business has been running steady. He paused. Only thing that changed 6 weeks ago was Billy found the debris field. You know about the debris field. Billy told the guy at the bait shop, who told the guy who runs the charter boat 3 slips down, who told me. Earl looked at Mike. Billy tells everything to everybody. It's his primary characteristic. So if Billy told the bait shop, then whoever needed to know that a young man had found an interesting debris field in the southern corridor and was planning to bring his salvage licensed dive partner out to look at it more carefully, had about 48 hours to make sure the salvage license hit a bureaucratic wall before it got used. Earl said it with the flat logic of a man who'd connected 2 things and was not enjoying the connection. That's the read. That's my read too. Earl turned from the inlet. You going to tell me what's in that debris field? I don't know yet. I'm hoping Billy's photographs tell me this afternoon. If it's what I think it is, Earl said, and didn't finish the sentence, which was its own kind of finish. A man who'd lived on this waterfront long enough to have a theory about what ended up on the southern corridor's seafloor, and didn't want to say it out loud until someone smarter about these things confirmed it. What do you think it is? Mike said. Earl looked at the inlet a moment longer. Survey equipment. The kind that gets used before somebody decides to put something big through water that doesn't currently have something big through it. He looked at Mike. The pipeline talk's been running for 2 years down here. Mostly talk, some of it getting less like talk lately. A man who wanted to know what the seafloor looked like before he committed money to a corridor route would need a detailed survey. A man who wanted that survey to not show up in any public record would need to do it quiet. He picked up his coffee. A debris field, 11 miles south of my inlet, at 30 feet sounds like somebody did it quiet, and then left the equipment because recovering it cost more than leaving it. Or recovering it created a paper trail they didn't want. Same thing, different direction. Earl went back toward the office trailer. Office is yours from 2 onward. I'll have Cody stay on the far dock. Mike spent the morning at the library computer, which had become his primary research tool, across 4 books worth of this kind of work. Not because it was better than the alternatives, but because it was consistent and public, and created no record in any system that a sophisticated operator might be monitoring. He pulled the Florida Department of Environmental Protection's permitting database first, public, searchable, the record of every significant environmental review connected to infrastructure projects along the Indian River Lagoon for the past 5 years. The proposed Lagoon Corridor pipeline appeared twice. The first entry was a preliminary project notification filed 18 months ago, a routine registration of intent that didn't require substantive review, the kind of filing that put a project on the public record without committing to anything specific. The second entry was an environmental assessment, filed 4 months ago, completion date listed as 9 days after filing. 9 days. He sat with that number in the library's particular ambient quiet, the hum of the ventilation system, the distant sound of a children's story hour running in the back room, the 2 other people at terminals doing whatever people did at public library computers on a Wednesday morning. 9 days. The same compressed timeline as the Riverside Commons easement in Indian River County. The same timeline that Angie Doyle had apparently been documenting from the marine biology side. The state requirement for an environmental assessment of a pipeline crossing a protected waterway was 60 days minimum, the same minimum he'd confirmed twice before in 2 previous counties. He searched the assessment's author, Coastal Environmental Solutions LLC, headquartered in Tampa. He ran the corporate registration. Filed 2 years ago, registered agent in Wilmington, Delaware. He didn't need to run the registered agent address to know what it was going to show him, but he ran it anyway, because certainty mattered more than efficiency. Same registered agent firm. Different suite number, different company name, same building. He photographed the screen with his phone, sent it to Jennings with a note, Pipeline Environmental Assessment. 9-day completion. Coastal Environmental Solutions LLC, Tampa. Delaware registered agent, same building as 2 previous entities. Jennings texted back in 6 minutes. Coastal Environmental Solutions has filed environmental assessments on 4 Florida projects in 2 years. All 4 within 10 days of filing. All 4 in coastal districts where Forward Florida Leadership Fund has been active. He typed, "Who signs the assessment?" A pause, longer than her usual response time. Then, licensed environmental engineer named Gary Fitch. Mike looked at the name. Gary Fitch. The retired permitting supervisor from Indian River County, the one who'd approved the Riverside Commons easement in 11 days on the strength of emails from an at fflf.org address, who told Beth Carpenter at her kitchen table that he'd been pressured rather than bribed, who'd retired to a house in Brevard County and been sitting on Forward Florida's emails ever since. He typed, "Gary Fitch is supposed to be retired. Jennings, retired from county permitting. Now apparently doing private environmental assessments for a company registered 2 years ago. I'm calling Drummond." He drove south to Port St. Lucie on a hunch that had been sitting at the back of his head since the morning, the specific directional pull of a thing that hadn't been asked about yet, but was connected to everything that had been asked about. Maria Santos's name had come to him through Walsh, which meant Walsh had gotten it somewhere, and Walsh's network ran through the kind of political infrastructure that occasionally surfaced names before the names had fully surfaced on their own. The city council office was in a municipal building on US 1, a low-slung complex built in the late 90s with the practical aesthetic of government buildings that had a budget and a function and no ambition beyond those 2 things. A receptionist directed him to a waiting area with plastic chairs and a water cooler and a bulletin board holding agendas for meetings that had already happened. Maria Santos came out at 11:15, 10 minutes after the receptionist had called back to announce him, wearing the practical blazer and slacks of someone who'd been in a meeting before this and would be in a meeting after it, and had made her peace with the blazer being the constant across all of them. She was 44, Latina, with the specific quality of sustained attention that Mike had come to associate with people who'd been doing a difficult job long enough that the difficulty had become simply the job's texture rather than its obstacle. She looked at him, The way people who dealt with constituency problems all day looked at strangers who showed up in their waiting area. The quick read of intent, not suspicious exactly, just efficiently gathering information before committing to an expression. "Kevin Walsh says you're worth talking to," she said. Kevin Walsh is generous. Kevin Walsh is specific. He said you find the thing that's actually wrong rather than the thing that looks wrong, which is a distinction that matters to me right now. She nodded toward her office. "Come back." The office held a desk and 2 chairs and a whiteboard covered in a timeline that Mike could see referenced the pipeline corridor's permit schedule at a glance. Dates, review periods, the specific sequence of approvals required before a project of this scale could break ground. She'd been tracking it. The tracking had the quality of someone who'd been following a process she didn't trust and had documented her distrust carefully. "The ethics complaint," Mike said, sitting. "Filed 6 weeks ago. Anonymous, which is permitted under the county's ethics ordinance. Alleges that I voted to approve a lagoon-adjacent zoning change while holding an indirect financial interest in the affected area through a retirement account managed by a fund that had a small position in a real estate investment trust that held lagoon-adjacent properties." She said it with the flat precision of someone who'd read the complaint enough times to recite it without looking at it. It's a legitimate ethics mechanism being applied to a situation that doesn't meet the threshold the mechanism was designed for. The connection between my retirement account and the zoning decision is 3 degrees of separation and would apply to approximately 40% of all county officials with any retirement savings in a diversified fund. But the review mechanism triggered automatically. Automatically and immediately. The complaint was filed on a Tuesday. By Friday, I was off the Environmental Committee and the Infrastructure Committee and the Waterfront Development Subcommittee. She looked at the whiteboard. The pipeline corridor vote was scheduled for the following Wednesday. You were the primary opposition voice. I was the only council member who'd read the environmental assessment closely enough to ask why it was complete in 9 days. She turned from the whiteboard. "The assessment is garbage. I don't mean it's wrong. I mean it was written to satisfy the form of the requirement without engaging with the substance of it. It doesn't assess the Manatee Corridor. It doesn't address the seagrass impact. The hydrological section copies language verbatim from an assessment filed for a different project in a different county, which I know because I went and read that other assessment." "I know who wrote it," Mike said. She looked at him. "A man named Gary Fitch. Retired from county permitting in Indian River County after approving a different project on a 9-day assessment under pressure from an organization called the Forward Florida Leadership Fund." He said it, watching her face, which did what faces did when a name arrived with a context attached to it that changed the shape of what was already known. "He's now doing private assessments through a company registered in Delaware." "Forward Florida Leadership Fund," she said. "Tom Johnson's PAC." "You know it." "I know it the way you know something that keeps appearing in the background of things you're looking at without being the thing you're looking at." She sat down, the decision of a woman who'd been standing because standing suggested the conversation might be brief and had recalibrated. "My consultant mentioned it. Glenn Marsh." Offhand, describing the political landscape. He mentioned it in the same sentence as 2 other active PACs, as though they were all equivalent, which they are not. Mike said nothing, because she'd arrived at the Glenn Marsh observation herself, and the version she arrived at herself was worth more than the version he handed her. "Marsh has been my consultant for 3 years," she said. "He's good at the technical work. Polling, messaging, field strategy." She looked at the whiteboard. "He's also been consistently incorrect about one specific thing. He's told me 3 times that the pipeline corridor opposition is a losing issue politically, that the working waterfront community doesn't care about a pipeline they'll never see, and that I'm spending political capital on a fight I can't win. She paused. He's wrong about that. The fishing community cares deeply. The lagoon restoration advocates care. The charter boat operators care. The people who live on the western shore care. Glenn Marsh has been advising me to spend less time on the issue that matters most to the constituency I actually represent. He know who hired him, Mike said. Or is he the kind of man who doesn't ask? She looked at the whiteboard again. The timeline on it ran another 4 months. The scheduled votes, the review periods, the specific sequence of what had to happen in what order for the pipeline corridor to reach construction. I think he's the kind of man who's been doing political consulting long enough to understand that some clients are paying for access to a campaign rather than paying for strategy, she said. Whether he knows specifically what he's providing access to, I don't know. I intend to find out. Carefully, Mike said. Before he knows you're asking. She looked at him with a sustained attention look. You're going to tell me the ethics complaint is connected to the pipeline assessment, and both of them are connected to something bigger. The ethics complaint pulled you off the committee vote. The assessment provided the environmental cover for the permit. Both of them happened in the same 6-week window. Both of them have connections to the same network of shell entities and a PAC that's currently under federal investigation for congressional corruption. He paused. That's the size of what I think you're in. She processed that without performing a reaction, which was the specific quality he'd seen in Dot Williams and Beth Carpenter and Sandra Hill, women who'd been in difficult situations long enough to have learned that reacting was less useful than processing. What do you need from me? She said. Everything you have on the ethics complaint. The specific language, the timeline, who received it and when. And everything you have on the pipeline assessment. Your annotations, the language you found copied from the other project, the sections you identified as inadequate. He looked at the whiteboard timeline. The vote that was pulled, when does it reschedule? 60 days from the complaint filing. Which is 6 weeks from now. 5 weeks and 4 days. She looked at the timeline. Can this be resolved in 5 weeks and 4 days? Mike thought about Gary Fitch's 9-day assessment filed by a company with a Wilmington registered agent, about Pat Doyle's 12-year clean permit hitting a wall in the same 6-week window, about a professional diver in dark water at 30 feet who knew where he was going before Pat's light found him. Working on it, he said, which was the honest answer and not the reassuring one. And Maria Santos looked at him like a woman who'd learned to prefer honest over reassuring and found the preference validated by experience. She pulled a folder from her desk drawer. It was thick, organized with the methodical care of someone who'd been building a file on a situation they didn't trust, the same quality Mike had seen in James Harris' contractor photographs and Marisol Lazo's legal pad, and every other person this summer who decided that writing things down carefully was the only tool they had, and had used it as seriously as the tool deserved. Take it, she said. I have copies. He took it. On the way out through the municipal building's parking lot, squinting into the November noon sun, he called Jennings. Maria Santos has been building her own file on the pipeline assessment for 2 months, he said. She's found the copied language from the other project. She's aware of Glenn Marsh's Forward Florida connection, or getting there. And the ethics complaint that pulled her off the committee vote has a 60-day clock. 5 weeks, Jennings said. 5 weeks and 4 days. That's tight. That's the point of it. He got in the truck, the folder on the passenger seat. Jennings. Gary Fitch. He's signing assessments for coastal environmental solutions. That's a violation of whatever cooperation agreement he made with Drummond's office. A pause. I'll call Drummond now. One more thing. Roy Simmons. Retired Army Corps of Engineers, Vero Beach. He drinks at a lagoon bar 2 afternoons a week. Gus knows him. Who is he? Someone who knows more about the federal Deepwater Channel expansion than someone who isn't on a congressional committee should know. Mike looked at the municipal building's front door, at the parking lot, at US 1 running its usual business beyond the lot. Gus said he was worth talking to. Gus is right about things like that. I'll find him, Jennings said and hung up. Mike sat in the parking lot a moment before starting the truck, the Maria Santos folder on the passenger seat, alongside the morning's accumulated weight, Pat Doyle's electrical tape hand, the 9-day assessment, Gary Fitch's name appearing where it had no business appearing, Glenn Marsh's casual forward Florida reference. Different faces. Same room. He started the truck and drove north toward Colusa Cay, toward Earl Tucker's office trailer and Billy Chance's photographs, toward the afternoon that was going to tell him what was on the southern corridor's seafloor, and whether it was what he and Earl had both separately decided it probably was. The burner phone buzzed once in his jacket pocket. Not a call. Jenny Baker's number. A text, 4 words, I think I'm ready. He read it, at the next red light. Typed back, ready for what? The light changed. He drove. The response came a mile later while the truck was moving, and he let it sit unread until the next light. To stop watching and start helping. He read it twice, the way he read things that were both simpler and larger than they first appeared. Put the phone in his jacket pocket. The light changed. He drove north through the flat November afternoon, and the Indian River ran dark alongside the road, in the places where the road ran close to it, going where it went with the indifferent patience of water that had been going the same direction for longer than anyone watching it could account for. Chapter 3. Billy Chance was 23 years old, and had the particular energy of someone who'd been told to sit still, and was achieving it through sustained effort rather than natural inclination. He sat across from Mike in Earl Tucker's office trailer at 2:15 with his dive bag on the floor beside him and his phone in his hand, and the specific coiled quality of a young man who'd done something that turned out to matter more than he'd understood when he did it. Pat Doyle sat beside him, hand re-wrapped with proper gauze now, the electrical tape upgraded at some point between the beach and the marina. He had the stillness of someone who decided that the talking was going to be Billy's job for the first portion of this conversation, and was prepared to let it be. Show me the photographs, Mike said. Billy didn't need the second sentence. His phone was already unlocked, and he was scrolling before Mike finished the first one, the practiced speed of someone who'd been waiting for exactly this request since he got the text that morning. The photographs were good. Better than good. Billy had an eye for documentation that didn't fit the impression of a young man who told everything to everybody, and Mike said so. I worked on a research vessel for 8 months, Billy said, before I started diving with Pat. Oceanographic survey stuff, biological sampling. The scientists were obsessive about documentation. Every specimen photographed from 4 angles minimum. I never forgot that. He slid the phone across Earl's desk. The serial numbers are on the 3rd through 7th photographs. I got them from multiple angles with the flashlight at different positions to make sure the numbers were legible in at least one. Mike looked at the photographs in sequence. The debris field was larger than he'd expected. Not a compact pile of dropped equipment, but a spread, equipment casings distributed across what looked like 30 feet of seafloor, the kind of distribution that happened when something was lowered deliberately over a period of time rather than lost in a single event. The casings themselves were olive drab, squared off, with the over-engineered robustness of hardware designed for extended deployment in difficult environments. Mounting brackets visible on several of them. The brackets designed to anchor the casings to the seafloor at a fixed angle. "These aren't lost," Mike said. "No," Pat said from his chair. "They're placed." I knew that the moment I saw the mounting brackets. Recreational equipment doesn't have mounting brackets. Survey equipment that's meant to sit on the seafloor for weeks at a time does. Mike swiped to the serial number photographs. Billy had done exactly what he said. 4 angles, flashlight repositioned for each, and in at least 2 of the 4 images, the numbers were crisp enough to read without magnification. He typed the first number into his phone notes. Then the second. 5 casings total, each with its own serial number, each number photographed and legible. "How long do you think it's been down there?" Mike said. "Barnacle growth on the bracket feet," Pat said. 4 months, maybe 5. Summer deployment. Summer. Before the pipeline corridor, environmental assessment was filed. Before the assessment, that was completed in 9 days. Before anybody publicly knew, the pipeline route had been finalized enough to survey. Somebody surveyed this corridor before the route was officially selected, Mike said. Pat and Billy looked at each other, the look of 2 people who'd been sitting on a conclusion and were watching someone else arrive at it independently. "That's what we figured," Billy said. "Which is why we went back at night. We wanted to get the serial numbers without," he stopped. "Without whoever placed it knowing you'd found it," Mike said. "Yeah." Billy's energy shifted slightly, the coiled quality recalibrating into something more sober. "We figured, if we went in the daytime with Pat's boat and his permit, anybody watching the area would know we were there." "Somebody was watching anyway," Mike said. "The diver," Pat said. "The diver." Mike looked at the serial number photographs again. "Billy. The diver who was already in the water when you got there. Did he follow you when you left?" Billy's expression told Mike the answer before he said it. "We didn't wait to find out. Pat signaled aboard, and we went up and got out of there fast." He looked at Pat. "Tell him what you heard." Pat leaned forward in his chair, the first real movement he'd made since sitting down. "When Billy signaled he'd found the other diver, and we surfaced, I was bringing the inflatable alongside to haul gear, and I heard an engine. Outboard, maybe half a mile south, running without lights. Moving parallel to the shore, south to north." He paused. "It waited until we were aboard before it throttled up. Like it was watching us leave." Mike sat with that. A professional diver in the water. A boat running dark half a mile south. A stalled permit that would have given Pat the legal authority to recover the equipment and establish its provenance in a federal registry. This wasn't passive obstruction. This was active surveillance. He called Jennings from Earl's desk phone, because Earl's desk phone was a landline and landlines didn't show up in cell tower logs. "I've got 5 serial numbers," he said when she picked up. "Reading them to you now. I need a federal equipment registry search, and I need it fast, because the people who place this equipment know that Pat Doyle's dive partner photographed the serial numbers, which means they know we're going to run them." "How do they know Billy photographed them?" "Because there was a diver already in the water when they got there, and a boat running dark that waited to watch them leave." He read the 5 numbers slowly and heard Jennings writing each one. "They've had since last night to figure out what Billy found and what it means that someone was down there with a camera." "That changes the timeline," Jennings said. "That changes everything about the timeline." He looked at Pat Doyle across the desk. "Run those numbers tonight, Jennings. Whatever you find, I need it before tomorrow morning." He hung up. Looked at Pat. The diver, Mike said. Describe him. Everything you remember. Size, equipment configuration, how he moved. Pat closed his eyes briefly, the specific concentration of someone pulling detail from a memory they'd been trying not to disturb. Average height. Trim. Rebreather rig, not open circuit. No bubbles, which is why I didn't see him coming before the light did. Dry suit, black, no markings I could see. Fins were short, technical diver fins, not recreational. He moved efficiently. No wasted motion. He opened his eyes. Military trained. Or commercial deep work, the kind that runs on discipline rather than enthusiasm. The way he came at your light when he saw it. He came straight at it. No hesitation. Most divers, you come up on another light, in dark water unexpectedly, you pause. You assess. He came straight at it, because he was deciding whether to deal with the situation before he'd finished closing the distance. Pat's jaw set. He decided not to, and then he went. That decision happened very fast. He decided we weren't worth the complication, Billy said. He decided you weren't worth it last night, Mike said. That calculation might look different this morning. The office trailer went quiet, in the way small spaces went quiet when the air in them changed temperature. Billy was the first one to say it. You think they come after us? Mike looked at the young man, 23, research vessel documentation habits, had done exactly the right thing with the serial numbers and exactly the wrong thing by telling the bait shop, and decided that the truth served him better than anything else at this point. I think the people who place that equipment have enough operational capability that they'll want to know what you found and what you've done with it. Whether that becomes a physical problem depends on what the serial numbers show and how much exposure the equipment creates for them. He paused. Where do you live, Billy? Apartment in Stewart. Second floor. Stay at Pat's tonight. My girlfriend. Bring her. Mike looked at Pat. Is your place secure? I've got a dog that weighs 90 pounds and opinions about strangers, Pat said. And I've been living on this waterfront for 30 years. I know every boat that belongs and every one that doesn't. He met Mike's eyes. We're okay for one night. But Mike, what do you do about the equipment? It's still down there. Federal custody is where it needs to go, Mike said. Once the serial numbers run, and I know what we're dealing with, I call Drummond's office. They pull it officially with documentation in a way that makes the chain of custody unassailable in court. He looked at the photographs on Billy's phone. Until then, those photographs are the only evidence of what's down there. Where's the phone backed up? Cloud backup, Billy said. Turn it off. Mike watched Billy's face do the thing young faces did when they were told to turn off their cloud backup, the specific discomfort of a generation for whom continuous cloud connection was an ambient assumption of existence. Turn off the automatic backup and send those photographs to 3 separate email addresses you control and 1 you don't. And don't use your regular email to send them. Use a temporary address you create in the next 10 minutes. He looked at Pat. You have copies? Billy sent them to me last week. Pat pulled out his own phone. I'll do the same. Do it now. Before you leave this trailer. Mike stood. Earl. You got a minute. Earl appeared in the trailer doorway with the timing of a man who'd been within earshot for the entire conversation. He looked at Pat, then at Billy, then at Mike. What do you need? Earl said. Eyes on Pat's boat tonight. And if anything comes through the inlet after dark, running without lights, I want to know about it. I'm here every night, Earl said, which was true, and had always been true, and was one of the things about Earl Tucker's marina that the people who used it relied on without requiring it to be stated. He drove to Vero Beach at 4, because Jenny Baker's text, "I think I'm ready" had been sitting in his jacket pocket since noon, and ready meant something that deserved a response in person rather than over a phone. The hotel on Ocean Drive was the same one Reed had occupied 3 months ago. Different room, better view. Jenny had said so herself. He parked in the hotel lot and went through the lobby. Same lobby bar, same young bartender, same corner table where Reed had received the man in the suit and the envelope, and texted her from the elevator. She was waiting in the hallway outside her room when the elevator opened, which meant she'd been watching the elevator, which meant she was either nervous or cautious or both. And with Jenny Baker, the answer was always both. 4 months had changed her, in the specific ways that 4 months of working something alone in a hotel room changed a person. Thinner through the face. More deliberate in her movements. The way people got deliberate when they'd been conserving energy for a sustained period. But the eyes were the same. Sharp, present. The specific quality of attention that had made her good at her job for 6 years and was making her useful now in a different way. She looked at him. "You look like somebody tried to ruin your morning," she said. "Somebody tried to ruin a commercial diver's permit and put a professional in the water to watch a debris field that shouldn't exist," Mike said. "Close enough." She went back into the room, and he followed. And she was already at the small desk with her laptop open before he'd gotten the door closed, which was Jenny Baker's version of a greeting when there was work to do. "Tell me," she said. He told her. Pat Doyle, the permit, the debris field, the serial numbers, the diver in dark water. She listened the way she'd always listened in briefing rooms, completely without interrupting, cataloging rather than reacting. When he finished, she pulled up a screen he recognized as a maritime equipment registry interface, the kind that required professional credentials to access. "You still have access to that," he said. "I still have a lot of things," she said. "Some of them are going to be interesting to explain to Drummond. Some of them are just tools." She typed the first serial number. Hit enter. The result came back in 4 seconds. She looked at it. Typed the second number. Looked at that result. Went through all 5 without speaking, her face doing the controlled nothing that it did when the information arriving was worse than expected. "Talk to me," Mike said. Teledyne Marine Systems. Autonomous Underwater Survey Array. Acoustic Doppler current profilers, combined with side-scan sonar and sub-bottom profiling capability. She turned the laptop so he could see the screen. This specific configuration is used for pre-construction seafloor surveys on large-scale infrastructure projects. Channel dredging, pipeline corridors, port development. Who's it registered to? That's the part. She turned the laptop back. The registration transfers through 3 entities. The last registered owner before the trail goes cold is a marine survey company called Deep South Geophysical LLC. Delaware. Wilmington. Filed 14 months ago. She closed the laptop with the controlled care of someone managing an impulse to do it faster. Deep South Geophysical has filed 4 federal survey permits in the last 14 months. All 4 in Florida coastal waters. None of them in the Southern Indian River Corridor. Because they didn't file for the Southern Corridor Survey. Because they conducted it without filing, she said. An undeclared survey in federally protected waters using equipment left on the seafloor for 4 months. That's not a permit violation. That's federal criminal conduct. Mike stood up. "I need to call Drummond," he said. "You need to call Drummond, and then you need to call Pat Doyle and tell him to stay away from that dive site, because the people who own that equipment know what it would mean for someone to recover it through a licensed salvage operation with federal chain of custody." She held his eye. "Mike. An undeclared survey in protected waters preceding a pipeline corridor environmental assessment. That's the evidence the environmental assessment was built on fraudulent data. That's not just corruption. That's the technical foundation of the whole pipeline project being criminal from the ground up. He called Drummond. She answered on the second ring. 5 serial numbers, he said, and read them. Maritime Equipment Registry. Teledyne Marine Survey Array. Registered through Deep South Geophysical LLC, Wilmington, Delaware. Filed 14 months ago. Undeclared survey. In federally protected waters, Southern Indian River Corridor. Approximately 4 months ago. Equipment still on the seafloor. Drummond was quiet for 3 seconds, which was a long time for Drummond. Where are you right now? She said. Vero Beach. With Baker? Yes. Don't leave. I'm sending someone tonight. She paused. The salvage diver. Pat Doyle. His permit renewal. I'm calling the Jacksonville Regional Director right now. The permit will be reinstated by 9 a.m. tomorrow. He needs to know not to go back to that site until you've got federal divers ready to pull the equipment officially. He'll know. I'll call him directly. Another pause. The sound of movement on her end, a door opening. Mike. Deep South Geophysical filed a survey permit application in the Southern Corridor 3 days ago. Not for what's already down there. A new survey above board, as if they were starting fresh. The application was filed the day after Billy Chance went into that water. Mike looked at Jenny across the hotel room. They're trying to establish a legitimate survey record, he said. So the undeclared survey looks like an administrative error rather than deliberate criminal conduct. That application is being administratively rejected tonight, Drummond said. And I'm filing for an emergency preservation order on the debris field as federal evidence before midnight. The door on her end closed. Tell Baker I need her statement on the land bank documentation within 48 hours. In person, in Jacksonville, with her counsel present. She'll be there, Mike said, looking at Jenny, who'd heard enough of the call to know what she'd just been signed up for and was already opening her laptop again. He hung up. Jenny typed for a moment, then stopped and looked at the window, at the dark Atlantic visible from the hotel's beach side, the November ocean doing its large, indifferent thing. 48 hours, she said. It wasn't a complaint. It was a woman setting a timer on something she'd been working toward for 4 months, and finding out the timer had just started running. Are you ready? He said. Not the text version of the question, the real one. She looked at the laptop screen, at the maritime registry results, at the chain of entities that had looked like a wall for 4 months and had turned into a door the moment 5 serial numbers came back from a federal database. I've been ready, she said. I was waiting for the right door. His phone buzzed. Pat Doyle. He answered. Mike. Pat's voice had the specific flat quality of someone controlling urgency. There's a boat in the inlet. No running lights. It's been sitting at the inlet mouth for 20 minutes. Mike was already moving toward the door. Earl see it. Earl's the one who called me. A pause. Mike. It's not a recreational boat. The silhouette's wrong. Stay inside. Lock the boat. He was in the elevator now, Jenny behind him with her laptop bag on her shoulder, because Jenny Baker had apparently decided that ready meant ready. I'm calling Jennings. He called Jennings before the elevator reached the lobby. Dark boat sitting at the Colusa Cay inlet mouth, he said. Pat Doyle's marina. Call the Coast Guard and call the Colusa Cay PD and call me back. The lobby opened around him, the bar still running, the corner table empty, the Florida night visible through the lobby's glass front, and Mike crossed it at a pace that was 3 steps short of running, which was the pace you used when running would cause the wrong kind of attention in a hotel lobby, and not running wasn't an option. Chapter 4. The drive back to Colusa Cay took 40 minutes on a good day, and Mike made it in 31, which involved a sustained relationship with the speed limit that the speed limit probably didn't appreciate. Jenny sat in the passenger seat with her laptop open on her knees, the screen casting light up on her face, running the Deep South geophysical registration through a database she accessed with credentials that Drummond was eventually going to want explained. 2 directors, she said without looking up from the screen. Deep South Geophysical. Both names are standard Delaware nominee directors, people who sign their names to filings for a fee and have no actual involvement in the company's operations. But the registered agent's address shares a building with Lakeview Capital, Mike said. Hutchins Marine Supplies Tournament Circuit Entity, she said. Same building, different suite, different company name. 3rd suite in the same building. She looked up. Mike. That building in Wilmington has housed entities connected to every operation we've found this summer. It's not a coincidence of address. It's infrastructure. Somebody is using that building's registered agent as the administrative backbone for the entire operation. Who owns the building? She typed. Waited. Delaware corporate records show the building is owned by a holding company called Mid-Atlantic Administrative Services. Filed 2019. She typed again. Mid-Atlantic Administrative Services has 1 listed officer. A man named. Don't say Harmon, Mike said. Raymond Foss, she said. Not Harmon. But Raymond Foss appears as a corporate officer in 4 of Harmon's known entities going back to 2018. He's Harmon's administrative architect, the man who builds the shells. Drummond know about Foss. She will in about 4 minutes. Jenny was already typing the email. The inlet at Colusa Cay came into view as Mike turned off A1A, and the dark boat was still there, visible from the road as a shape against the inlet's water, the kind of shape that was wrong for the hour and wrong for the position, sitting at the mouth rather than passing through it. No running lights, just mass and silhouette in the darkness. Jennings had called back 8 minutes into the drive. Coast Guard notified. Colusa Cay PD unit en route, ETA 12 minutes from notification. That was 20 minutes ago. Mike parked on the Marina Road and got out fast, Jenny behind him. And Earl Tucker was already on the dock with a flashlight and a posture that suggested he'd been on the dock since the moment he called Pat. Still there, Earl said without turning around. Hasn't moved. Coast Guard's been on the radio. I can hear their frequency on the dock scanner. They've got a vessel heading up from Fort Pierce, 7 minutes out. Pat. Office trailer. Locked. Billy and his girlfriend came in 30 minutes ago, same as you said. Mike looked at the inlet mouth. The dark shape sat there, with the patience of something that had decided where it was and didn't need a reason to be somewhere else. A commercial vessel. The silhouette showed a working deck and a profile that didn't match anything recreational. 40 feet at least, maybe more. Running dark at the inlet mouth of a small marina at 10:30 at night wasn't a navigational choice. It was a statement. They know about the photographs, Jenny said beside him. They knew before the photographs. Mike watched the shape. The diver last night was reconnaissance. Tonight is something else. They're not going to do anything with the Coast Guard 7 minutes out, Earl said. It wasn't reassurance, it was operational assessment, the kind Earl made about weather and tides, reading conditions for what they actually indicated. They're not here to do something, Mike said. They're here to see what we do. Earl looked at him. Surveillance. They want to know if Pat files anything official. If we call anybody. If we move the boat. He kept his eyes on the dark shape. If somebody comes running out of the marina and makes a lot of phone calls in the parking lot, That tells them we've identified the equipment and we're escalating. If we act normal, that tells them Billy kept his mouth shut and the photographs went nowhere. We're not acting normal, Jenny said. We drove here at midnight. They can't see us from out there. Mike stepped back from the dock's edge, moving into the shadow of the bait shop building. Earl, where's the dock scanner? Office trailer. Get it. He pulled out his phone and called Drummond. Dark vessel at the Calusa K inlet mouth. No lights. 40 feet, maybe more. Sitting at the mouth, not transiting. Coast Guard is 7 minutes out. I know, Drummond said. I've been on the radio with the Fort Pierce station for 20 minutes. My field agent in West Palm is on the water heading north. He'll be there before the Coast Guard. A pause. Mike. The vessel is registered. We ran the silhouette profile from a Coast Guard camera at the St. Lucie Inlet from 2 hours ago when it passed through. It's a converted research vessel called the Meridian. Mike went still. That's not a coincidence of name, he said. No. Drummond's voice was flat in the way it got flat when she was managing her own reaction to something. The Meridian is registered to a marine services company called Coastal Survey Partners, filed in Delaware 16 months ago. We're running the officers now. A pause that ran 3 seconds. One of the listed officers is Raymond Foss. Jenny found Foss 20 minutes ago, Mike said. Mid-Atlantic Administrative Services. He's Harmon's shell architect. He owns the Wilmington building. He also apparently owns a research vessel that's currently sitting at your inlet mouth. Drummond's voice shifted, the management giving way to something more direct. This is not a coincidence of timing, Mike. The Meridian moving to that location tonight, after what Billy Chance found last night, after we ran the serial numbers, somebody in this operation has visibility into our activities. The sentence landed the way serious sentences landed, with a weight that required a moment before the next thing. How, Mike said. I don't know yet. It could be as simple as monitoring Pat Doyle's phone since the permit delay started. It could be something inside the regional maritime office. It could be something in the Coast Guard communications. I don't know. She paused. What I know is that the Meridian conducting that survey and the Meridian sitting at your inlet tonight means we have the vessel that deployed the equipment. That's evidence I didn't have 4 hours ago. Another pause. Coast Guard is going to board her on a safety inspection pretext. My field agent will be alongside to assist. Don't interfere. I'm on the dock, Mike said. Stay on the dock. He lowered the phone. Earl had come back from the office trailer with the dock scanner, a handheld marine radio receiver, and had it tuned to the Coast Guard working frequency. The audio came through low and functional, a Coast Guard station officer communicating position and ETA, the professional brevity of maritime radio protocol. Jenny was looking at her phone. Foss. Raymond Foss has a Florida driver's license, Boca Raton address. I'm in the DMV database through. She stopped, apparently deciding not to explain which access she was using. He's 51. The vehicle registered to him is a 2022 Chevy pickup. But there's a second vehicle. A 2019 Ford van, commercial plates registered to Coastal Survey Partners. The vessel's company. The vessel's company. Which means Foss isn't just the administrative architect. He's operationally involved. She looked at the inlet. Mike, if he has visibility into your communications, then he knew we were coming tonight. Then the boat being at the inlet when we got here wasn't just surveillance. It was a message. The Coast Guard vessel came around the point before Mike finished processing that sentence. Running lights visible, engine audible, The clean profile of a 41-foot Coast Guard response boat, moving at a pace that was urgent without being emergency. The specific speed of something with authority approaching something that needed to understand it was being approached by authority. A second vessel came in behind it. Smaller, a rigid inflatable, running faster, no Coast Guard markings. Drummond's field agent. The dark vessel, the Meridian, didn't run. Mike had expected it to run. Instead, it held its position and turned on its running lights, the red and green of a stationary vessel at anchor, as if it had been there all along in a perfectly ordinary way and had simply forgotten to display the required lights until now. "Bold," Earl said. "Or prepared," Mike said. A vessel with legitimate paperwork and a crew briefed on what to say to a safety inspection has nothing to worry about from a Coast Guard boarding. They're not going to find the survey equipment on the boat. It's on the seafloor. They're not going to find anything that connects the vessel directly to the undeclared survey unless Drummond's agent gets lucky. "What about Foss?" Jenny said. "Foss isn't on the boat." Mike watched the Coast Guard close the distance to the Meridian. Men like Foss don't ride the vessel. They own the vessel. There's a difference. The Coast Guard hail came through the dock scanner, professional and routine, requesting permission to board for a safety inspection. The Meridian responded in kind, cooperative, granting permission. The performance of a vessel with nothing to hide, executed by people who'd been ready for exactly this. Pat Doyle came out of the office trailer and stood beside Earl, watching. He'd put a jacket on over the gauze-wrapped hand, and he had the compressed stillness of a man watching something happen to his livelihood from a position of enforced passivity, which was worse than most other positions a man could be in. "Drummond's reinstating your permit," Mike said. Pat looked at him. 9 a.m. tomorrow. She's calling the Jacksonville director tonight. Mike watched the Coast Guard board the Meridian, the lights from the response boat illuminating the research vessel's working deck. 2 Coast Guard personnel visible going aboard. "The equipment comes up officially through your operation, with federal chain of custody. That's the only version of this that's useful in court." "You trust that?" Pat said. "I trust Drummond," Mike said. "The permit's real." Pat watched the boarding for a moment. Billy shouldn't have told the bait shop. No. But he got the serial numbers, which is the thing that mattered. The rest, Mike paused. The rest is just how Billy is. Some people are useful in ways that come with costs attached. Earl made the sound he made when something was accurate, but not particularly comforting. The boarding ran 40 minutes. The Coast Guard personnel conducted their inspection with thoroughness and professionalism, and what they found, according to Drummond's field agent, who called Mike directly at 11:45, was a fully compliant research vessel with proper documentation, a crew of 4 with valid credentials, survey equipment manifest showing standard oceanographic instruments, none of which matched the serial numbers from Billy's photographs, and a ship's log that showed the Meridian had been in the Bahamas for the past 2 months on a private research contract. A fabricated log. A vessel with an alibi built before the alibi was needed. They were ready for this, Mike told Drummond when he called her back. Of course they were ready for this. She didn't sound surprised. She sounded like a woman adding a data point to a picture she'd been building for 14 months. The fact that they were ready tells me 2 things. First, they've been anticipating federal attention on the survey equipment since it went in the water. Second, somebody coordinated the vessel's response to the boarding tonight, which means somebody was on communications tonight who knew we were coming. "You said there might be a leak in the maritime office," Mike said. "Or in the Coast Guard communications chain. Or in my own office." She said it with the specific flatness of someone who'd operated long enough in environments where institutional compromise was a genuine possibility that she'd stopped being shocked by the possibility. I'm running a communications audit starting tonight. From this point forward, anything operationally sensitive goes through a closed channel. The serial numbers, Mike said. The registry search I had Jenny run. I know, Drummond said. It pinged. Someone set an alert on those serial numbers in the Federal Registry. The moment you ran them, someone in this operation got a notification. She paused. Which means they knew what you'd found within an hour of you finding it. And they had the Meridian in position by the time you got to the marina. Mike stood on the dock with the Coast Guard withdrawing from the Meridian's side, the response boat turning south, the Meridian sitting in the water with its running lights now properly displayed, completely legal, completely cooperative, completely useless as evidence in its current state. Jenny was at his elbow. The registry alert, she said quietly, having heard enough of the call to track the thread. That's a federal system. Setting an alert in a federal registry requires either administrative access to the system or a cooperating official inside the system. Tom Johnson sits on the House Committee on Natural Resources, Mike said, which has oversight of NOAA, Jenny said, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which maintains the Federal Maritime Equipment Registry. They looked at each other. He's using committee access, Mike said, or a staffer with committee access, to monitor equipment registries for searches that might surface the survey. That's not just corruption, Jenny said. That's obstruction of a federal investigation using congressional resources. Mike called Drummond back immediately. The registry alert, he said. Tom Johnson's committee has oversight of NOAA. Somebody with access to NOAA's administrative systems set a monitoring alert on those serial numbers. You need to pull the access logs on the Federal Maritime Equipment Registry for the past 4 months and find out whose credentials were used to set that alert. Drummond was quiet for 2 seconds. If Johnson used committee resources to obstruct the federal investigation, she said, that's a separate charge from the corruption case. That's a direct criminal act rather than a financial scheme. That's the one that doesn't take years to build, Mike said. I'll have the NOAA access logs subpoenaed tonight. She stopped. Mike. The Meridian. It's moving. He looked at the inlet. The research vessel's running lights were shifting, the vessel coming off its position, turning south. They're leaving, Earl said. They got what they came for, Mike said. They confirmed we know what's on the seafloor, that we've escalated to the Coast Guard, and that the escalation produced nothing actionable. He watched the Meridian's lights recede south. And now, they know we know about the registry alert. Because the moment my call to you triggered the alert, they knew what I'd found. Closed channel from this point, Drummond said. I'll call you on a different number tomorrow. She hung up. The Meridian's lights went smaller, then smaller again, then became indistinguishable from the general darkness of the offshore Atlantic. And the inlet went back to its ordinary night self, the water moving through it with the indifferent patience of a body of water that had been moving through this inlet long before any of this and would be moving through it long after. Earl turned off the dock scanner. Pat Doyle stood with his gauze-wrapped hand at his side, watching the dark where the Meridian had been. 9 a.m., Pat said. 9 a.m., Mike confirmed. Pat nodded once, the same economy that Earl used and Tom Green used, the specific nod of men who communicated with water and weather and had learned that brief and accurate beat, long and uncertain every time. He went back inside. Jenny was typing on her phone, sending everything on Foss and the Wilmington building to Drummond's closed channel the moment she gives me the address. She looked at Mike. The leak. If it's inside the Coast Guard or inside the maritime office. Then everything we do from here on needs to move fast enough that the leak can't catch up to it, Mike said. The registry alert, the NOAA logs, the obstruction angle. Those need to move before whoever set the alert realizes we've identified the mechanism. How fast? Mike looked at the empty inlet. Drummond says close channel tomorrow, he said. That means she's already thinking the same thing. He put his phone away. Jenny. The FOSS connection to Harmon. You said 4 entities going back to 2018. 4 that I've found so far. There are probably more. FOSS is the thread that connects the Wilmington building to the active operations. If Drummond can flip FOSS the way she flipped Harmon. FOSS isn't Harmon. Jenny said it with the precision of someone who'd spent 4 months studying the architecture of the operation. Harmon is an operator. He makes decisions, takes risks, builds relationships. FOSS is infrastructure. He builds the shells and maintains the administrative apparatus, and stays invisible by design. She paused. Men like FOSS flip faster than men like Harmon when they understand the exposure. They didn't sign up to be prosecuted. They signed up to file paperwork. Then Drummond needs to reach him before he understands the exposure from the other direction, Mike said. Before whoever called the Meridian tonight calls FOSS and tells him to disappear. He looked at the inlet one more time, at the ordinary dark water moving through it, and thought about a research vessel with a fabricated log and a crew briefed on cooperative compliance, sitting at the inlet mouth long enough to deliver a message before withdrawing at the professionally correct moment. They knew where he was. They knew what he'd found. They'd demonstrated both, without doing anything he could act on. The message wasn't a threat. It was a demonstration of capability, which, Mike had learned across a summer of this kind of work, was what you did when you were confident and when you wanted the person receiving the message to understand exactly how confident you were. He drove Jenny back to her hotel, and on the way she sent everything she had on Raymond Foss to the closed channel address Drummond had texted through a different number than the one she'd been using. And by the time he dropped her at the hotel entrance, the send confirmation had come back, which meant Drummond was awake and working and had been working since the Coast Guard radio call. And some things about this situation were, if not under control, at least moving in the direction that under control lived. He drove home on US 1, the November night doing its quiet thing around him, and went inside and locked the real door and sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee he probably didn't need at midnight and the Maria Santos folder from the afternoon, which he hadn't gotten to yet, because the afternoon had turned into an evening, and the evening had turned into a dark vessel at an inlet mouth. He opened the folder. Inside, on top, a handwritten note from Maria Santos in the margin of the ethics complaint, filed Tuesday. Committee vote was Wednesday. Someone knew the schedule before it was public. He looked at the note. The committee vote schedule was public. City council agendas were posted 72 hours in advance under the Florida Sunshine Law. But the specific significance of that vote, that Maria Santos's presence on the committee was the difference between the pipeline corridor permit advancing and stalling, that significance was known only to people who'd been tracking the permit closely enough to understand which council member's vote mattered most. The ethics complaint had been filed by someone who understood the pipeline permit's committee dynamics in specific detail. The same way that someone had understood which waterfront properties to cede into the land bank before the infrastructure investment became public. The same way someone had understood which tournament circuit's bylaw structure was worth corrupting. The same way someone had understood which salvage diver's permit to stall before a debris field became a problem. The same depth of knowledge. The same advanced understanding of the systems being manipulated. Congressional committee access. The same access that had put a monitoring alert on a federal equipment registry. Mike sat at the kitchen table in the November midnight and looked at Maria Santos's handwritten note and understood, with the specific cold clarity that came at the end of a long day when the last piece fit the space that had been waiting for it, that Tom Johnson's operation wasn't running through proxies because it was cautious. It was running through proxies because it was comprehensive. He called Jennings. She answered on the second ring, which meant she was still at her desk, which meant she'd been awake since the Coast Guard call and had found something. The ethics complaint against Maria Santos, Mike said. Filed the Tuesday before a Wednesday committee vote on the pipeline corridor permit. The filer had specific knowledge of which council members' presence on the committee was dispositive. I know, Jennings said. I've been looking at it for 2 hours. A pause. The complaint was filed electronically through the county ethics office portal. The filing IP address traces to a public Wi-Fi network at a hotel in West Palm Beach. Same city as Raymond Foss's driver's license. Same city. Different hotel. But West Palm Beach. She paused. Mike. The county ethics office received the complaint at 9:14 a.m. on a Tuesday. The committee meeting agenda, showing Maria Santos as a listed voting member, was posted to the City Council website at 8:51 a.m. on that same Tuesday. 23 minutes. The complaint had been filed 23 minutes after the agenda was posted publicly. They were watching the agenda posting, Mike said. Automated monitoring, Jennings said. The kind you set up when you need to act the moment a specific public event occurs. Same principle as the Federal Registry alert. She paused. Same person, probably. Foss. He builds the infrastructure, Mike said. Including the monitoring infrastructure. Including the monitoring infrastructure. She was quiet a moment, the pen doing its work in the background. Drummond needs Foss tonight. Not tomorrow. Tonight. Send her everything you've got on the West Palm Beach IP address, Mike said. She's working a closed channel. Text me when you've sent it, and I'll pass the contact. He hung up, texted Jenny the request, got the closed channel address back in 90 seconds, forwarded it to Jennings, and sat with his coffee in the kitchen at 12:47 a.m. while 2 detectives and a federal agent and a woman who'd spent 4 months alone in a hotel room worked the same threads from different directions through the Florida midnight. The tree frogs were going in the drainage ditch. Mrs. Alvarez's porch light was off, which meant it was late enough that even Mrs. Alvarez had gone to bed. The coffee was cold. He drank it anyway, because cold coffee at 1 in the morning was still coffee, and the morning was going to come whether or not he went to bed. And the morning was going to have Pat Doyle's reinstated permit in it, and Drummond's closed-channel communication, and the NOAA access log subpoena, and Raymond Foss, somewhere in West Palm Beach, who didn't yet know that 23 minutes had just become the most expensive decision of his professional life. Chapter 5. Drummond called at 6:48 on a line Mike didn't recognize, a Florida number with a 904 area code that wasn't the Jacksonville number she'd been using. New number, she said. Old one's compromised. Use this one going forward. How bad, Mike said. He was already up, coffee running, the kitchen window showing a November morning that had decided on overcast without committing to rain. The NOAA access log subpoena came back at 2 a.m. Someone with congressional staff credentials accessed the Federal Maritime Equipment Registry's monitoring function 11 months ago and set alerts on 17 serial number ranges. The credentials belong to a staff member in the office of the House Natural Resources Committee. A pause. The staff member's name is Andrea Walsh. She's been on Johnson's payroll through a committee appointment for 6 years. She set the alerts on Johnson's instruction. She set the alerts. Whether she understood what she was setting them for is a question her attorney is going to make a career of. Another pause, shorter. She's in custody as of 4 a.m. Her apartment in D.C., federal marshals. She waived counsel for the first 40 minutes of questioning, which was long enough to confirm the instruction came from Johnson's chief of staff rather than Johnson directly. One more layer, Mike said. One fewer than Johnson needs, Drummond said. The chief of staff used committee resources to obstruct a federal investigation. That's direct. That's not a PAC violation or a financial scheme or a complex fraud that takes years to untangle in court. That's a federal crime committed by a named individual at the direction of a named individual with a documented trail in a federal access log. She stopped. Johnson's attorneys called DOJ at 5:30 a.m. They're requesting a meeting. Mike set his coffee down. He's going to deal, he said. His attorneys are requesting a meeting. What happens in that meeting depends on what he brings to it. Drummond's voice had the particular quality it got when she was describing a situation that was moving faster than its previous pace, and she was running to stay ahead of it. The land bank. The Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings registration. The survey equipment. The pipeline corridor. All of that is in our file. What Johnson's attorneys know we have, and what they think we have, may be different things. The meeting is partly about them finding out. Don't let them find out before you know what they're offering. I've been doing this for 14 years, Mike. I know you have. Raymond Foss, she said. We picked him up at his Boca Raton residence at 5 a.m. He was awake when we got there, which means somebody warned him we were coming, which means the leak in the maritime office or the Coast Guard communications is still active. She paused. He was awake and dressed and had a bag packed. He wasn't running. He was waiting. He wanted to be picked up. He wanted to negotiate from a position of voluntary cooperation rather than flight, yes. His attorney was already there when we arrived. Retained yesterday afternoon. She let that sit. Foss built Harmon's entire administrative infrastructure. 14 entities across 3 states, all the Wilmington shells, the registered agent network, the monitoring systems. He has documentation on all of it. He's the witness that connects everything, Mike said. He's the witness that makes the conspiracy case rather than a series of individual fraud cases. Another pause. He's also the witness who can establish that Johnson was the beneficial owner of the land bank from the beginning. Not a passive PAC chairman, not a nominal figure. The man who identified the parcels, directed the acquisitions, and used Foss's shell structure to maintain distance from the transactions while retaining control of the proceeds. What does Foss want? Immunity from prosecution and relocation assistance. His attorney submitted a proffer at 6 a.m. She sounded like a woman who'd been awake since before the marshals went to Andrea Walsh's apartment and had moved past tired into the specific operational clarity that came from sustained focus on a single objective. I'm inclined to give it to him. The case Foss enables is worth more than the case against Foss. Does Harmon know Foss is cooperating? Harmon is going to know when everyone else knows, which is when the cooperation agreement is filed with the court. Until then, she stopped. How's the salvage diver? Pat's permit reinstated. At 9 a.m., as promised. The Jacksonville director received a call from my office last night. A pause that had a slightly different quality. He was not pleased about the call. The delay on Doyle's permit wasn't random bureaucratic backlog. It was directed. The director received a communication 6 weeks ago from a congressional office requesting that renewal applications for commercial salvage operations in the Southern Corridor be placed in extended review pending environmental compliance assessment. Johnson's office. A constituent services inquiry from Johnson's office, which is a tool congressional offices use routinely to interface with federal agencies, and which is not inherently improper, and which in this case was used to stall a specific permit for a specific operational reason. She paused. That's in the file. That's one more documented use of congressional resources to obstruct the investigation. Mike drank his coffee, cold now, and stood at the window looking at the overcast morning. The pipeline permit, he said. Maria Santos's committee vote. 5 weeks. The mandatory federal review triggered by Nancy Cole's manatee pattern designation moves faster than 5 weeks if the Fish and Wildlife Inspector General treats it as a priority review. I'm calling them this morning. Drummond's voice shifted. Mike. The pipeline corridor is the current objective. Not Johnson. Johnson is moving toward resolution through his attorneys and through the evidence we have. The pipeline is the piece that has an active local deadline and real consequences for real people if it moves forward while the case is still building. The environmental assessment, Mike said. Gary Fitch signed it. Fitch is supposed to be cooperating with your office. Fitch's cooperation agreement covered the Riverside Commons assessment. It did not anticipate him signing additional fraudulent assessments under a private company banner after the agreement was in place. She said it with the flat anger of someone who'd given a man a break and watched him use the break to do the same thing he'd been given the break for doing. His cooperation agreement is being reviewed this morning. He's going to have the opportunity to explain himself. He won't have a good explanation. No. He'll have the explanation of a man who needed the money and convinced himself that Coastal Environmental Solutions was sufficiently different from his county employment that it didn't violate the spirit of the agreement. She paused. His signature on that assessment is actually more useful to us now than his cooperation was before. It's a direct link between the fraudulent assessment mechanism and a man already on record as a cooperating witness in a related case. It makes the pipeline assessment look like what it is. Not a separate corrupt act, but a continuation of the same operation by the same people using the same methods. Which is exactly what it is. Which is exactly what it is. She stopped. I need you to do something for me today. Maria Santos, the council member. She has a file on the pipeline assessment. She's been tracking the permit schedule. I have the file, Mike said. She gave it to me yesterday. A brief silence. Of course she did. The closest thing to warmth Drummond's voice produced. Get it to Jennings today. I need the copied assessment language she found. The sections verbatim from the other project. That establishes the assessment was fraudulently constructed, which combined with Fitch's signature and the Deep South geophysical connection to Foss's shell network gives us the full picture of how the environmental cover was manufactured. I'll call Jennings now. One more thing. She paused, the pause of someone who'd been saving the last item for last deliberately. Baker. Jenny Baker. Her statement in Jacksonville, I need it today, not in 48 hours. Today. That's a 3-hour drive. I know it is. I'm sorry about the timeline. She didn't sound particularly sorry, which was appropriate given the circumstances. The Johnson meeting is this afternoon. I want Baker's documentation in the federal file before that meeting begins, because what Baker has on the land bank changes what I can represent to Johnson's attorneys about the strength of the case. And what I can represent to them changes what they offer in the meeting. Mike looked at the clock on the microwave. 6:59 a.m. "I'll call her now," he said. "Tell her I'm sending a car to her hotel at 8. She'll take her own car." "I figured." Drummond hung up on the new number, and Mike held the phone a moment before he dialed Jenny, thinking about the shape of a morning that had begun before most mornings bothered to announce themselves, and was already running at a pace that suggested it had no intention of slowing down for the benefit of anyone trying to keep up with it. Jenny answered on the first ring, which meant she'd been awake. "Drummond needs you in Jacksonville today," Mike said. "The Johnson meeting is this afternoon. She wants your land bank documentation in the file before it starts." A pause that ran 2 seconds, which for Jenny was the equivalent of a long consideration. "I'll leave at 8. She's sending a car. I'll take my own." She paused again. "How'd last night resolve?" "Andrea Walsh, Johnson's committee staffer, in custody since 4 a.m. Foss picked up at 5, cooperating, documentation on the full shell network. Johnson's attorneys called DOJ at 5:30 requesting a meeting." He heard her breath shift on the line, the specific sound of someone absorbing a rapid sequence of developments and reorganizing their picture of the situation around each one. "Drummond thinks Johnson is moving toward a deal. She wants your documentation in the file first, so she knows what she has before she knows what he's offering." "Smart," Jenny said. It wasn't a compliment to Drummond specifically, more the assessment of someone who played the same kind of chess and recognized the move. The land bank documentation establishes Johnson as the beneficial owner from the beginning, not a downstream figure who can claim distance from the operations. If he deals knowing we can prove he built the machine, not just that he benefited from it. That's Drummond's read. It's the right read. A brief pause. "Mike, last night, at the marina. The Meridian. You said it was a message. A demonstration of capability. It was more than that." She said it carefully, the way she said things when she'd been thinking about them since they happened, and had arrived at a conclusion she wanted to deliver accurately rather than casually. Men who send capability demonstrations at this stage, when their administrative architect has just been picked up, and their congressional staffer is in custody, and their attorneys are calling DOJ, they're not being strategic. They're being reactive. The Meridian showing up at your inlet last night was panic wearing confidence's clothes. Mike stood at the window, the overcast morning going its gray business outside. "You think they're more exposed than they're acting," he said. "I think the monitoring alert on those serial numbers was built on the assumption that nobody would ever find the survey equipment, which means finding it wasn't in their risk calculus. When Billy Chance free dived over that debris field, he did something their entire operational plan assumed wouldn't happen." She paused. "The permit delay, the Meridian at the inlet, the fabricated ship's log, those are improvised responses to an unanticipated event. Improvised responses at this scale create evidence. They wouldn't have improvised if they'd had a plan for this contingency." "Foss had a bag packed," Mike said. "He was waiting to be picked up." Foss saw the improvisation and understood what it meant. Foss is the man who built the infrastructure. He knows better than anyone how much exposure the improvisation created. She paused. "He's not cooperating out of civic virtue. He's cooperating because he read the improvisation and understood that the people above him had just made a series of decisions that were going to land on him if he stayed loyal." Mike thought about that. About Raymond Foss awake at 5 a.m. with a packed bag and a retained attorney waiting for federal marshals, having made a calculation that the people above him had failed to contain a situation they'd told him was contained. "Drive safe," he said. "Call me when you're in Jacksonville. Call me when you know what happened in the Johnson meeting she said, and hung up. Jennings arrived at Tucker's Marina at 9:15, the drive from Calusa Cay to her office and back having apparently involved a stop at her desk to collect the previous night's work rather than the sleep a reasonable person would have used the hours for. She had a folder under her arm, and the specific compressed energy of someone running on insufficient rest and sufficient purpose. Mike met her on the dock. Earl was at the fuel dock. Pat Doyle was down from his boat, checking the engine hours with the focused attention of a man who'd gotten his permit reinstated, and was verifying that everything else on the boat was where it needed to be before he went back in the water. Billy Chance was conspicuously absent, which meant Pat had told him to stay at the apartment, and Billy had, for once in his young life, listened. Maria Santos's file, Mike said, handing Jennings the folder. She took it, opened it, found the annotated assessment section Santos had marked. Read through it, standing on the dock in the November morning without sitting down, because Jennings rarely sat when she had something in her hands. Verbatim, she said. 3 paragraphs from the Riverside Commons assessment, word for word, in the pipeline corridor assessment. She looked up. Different project, different county, different waterway. Identical language in the hydrological impact section. Fitch wrote both, Mike said. He copied his own fraudulent work. Lazy, Jennings said, which was the professional's assessment of a technical error rather than a moral one. Or confident that nobody was going to read both assessments closely enough to notice. She closed the folder. I'll have this to Drummond's close channel by 10. She needs it before the Johnson meeting. This afternoon. She'll have it. Jennings looked at the inlet, at the ordinary November morning going about its business where a dark vessel had sat 10 hours ago. The Foss Cooperation Agreement. If he documents the full Shell network, every entity, every registered agent, every transfer, we can map every operation this machine has run. Not just Florida, Georgia, whatever else Meridian Strategies touched before it dissolved. The Atlanta Reporter, Mike said. Peggy Nash's contact. She's been building the Georgia end for 18 months. If Foss's documentation covers the Georgia operations, she gets the story she's been chasing. Jennings looked at the folder. How many operations do you think this machine has run? Mike thought about 16 land bank parcels across 6 Florida counties. About a Wilmington building that had housed entities connected to every operation across 4 books of this kind of work. About Raymond Foss, who'd been building shells since 2018. More than we've found, he said. Probably considerably more. Jennings nodded, the single nod. Then Foss's cooperation is worth whatever Drummond gives him for it. Pat came up from the boat engine with his hands, and the particular satisfaction of a man whose machinery had been confirmed operational. He looked at Mike. I'm going out this afternoon, he said. South Corridor. The debris field. He said it with the tone of someone who'd made a decision and was reporting it rather than requesting permission. Drummond's coordinating federal divers, Mike said. I know she is. I spoke with her agent at 7 this morning. Pat looked at the inlet. I'm going out as the permit holder, with Drummond's agent aboard, with a federal chain of custody established before anything comes off the seafloor. He paused. I'm not going out to do something heroic. I'm going out because it's my permit and my operation and my knowledge of those waters, and because the federal divers are going to need a dive master who's been in that corridor 100 times. He looked at Mike. It's my job. Let me do my job. Mike looked at Jennings, who looked at Pat, who was the kind of man who'd been doing his job on this water for 30 years, and whose patience with being told to stay onshore had reached its reasonable limit. Drummond clears it, Mike said. You go. She already cleared it, Pat said, and went back to his boat. Earl appeared at Mike's elbow, which was where Earl appeared when things were happening that Earl had opinions about. He watched Pat check the dive gear with the eye of a man who maintained boats for a living and always saw what needed seeing. "Roy Simmons," Earl said. "The Army Corps man. Jennings wanted to find him." Jennings looked at Earl. "He drinks at the Lagoon Bar on Wednesday afternoons," Earl said. "The Pelican, on the north end of the lagoon, where the waterway goes narrow. 2 o'clock, usually. He's a creature of habit." He looked at Jennings. "You want to talk to him, you want to go there, not call him. Roy Simmons doesn't answer phones from numbers he doesn't know." "What does he know?" Jennings said. "He knows what the federal Deepwater Channel expansion actually involves, and when it actually comes to a vote, and what the vote's outcome is likely to be." Earl picked up his coffee. He's been watching that project move through appropriations for 3 years. He knows every acre of waterfront it's going to touch, and by how much and what that does to property values along the corridor. He looked at Mike. He also knows which parcels along the corridor changed hands in the last 2 years at below market prices, because he's been tracking the project closely enough to notice when something that should have cost more didn't. "He knows about the land bank," Mike said. "He knows something's wrong with the land bank parcels," Earl said. "He doesn't know what. He's been trying to figure out who to tell for 6 months." He drank his coffee. "Tell him Gus sent you. He'll talk." Jennings looked at her phone, running the logistics of a day that already had more in it than a reasonable day held. 2 o'clock. The Pelican. "Take the file," Mike said. "What we have on the corridor parcels. Let him match it against what he's been watching from the appropriations side." She took the Maria Santos folder back from under her arm and handed it to Mike, along with a second folder she'd brought from her car. The land bank parcel map from Jenny's pages, the 16 parcels identified with their county designations and acquisition dates. "You take it. You go to Simmons. I need to get the assessment language to Drummond, and then I need to be in 2 other places before 2 o'clock. I haven't been to the Pelican before. Earl will tell you where it is." She was already walking toward her car. "Call me after you talk to Simmons." "And Mike," she stopped, looked back. "The Johnson meeting is this afternoon. Whatever happens in that meeting, it changes the shape of everything after it. Be somewhere you can take a call at 3 o'clock. She left. Earl looked at Mike. The Pelican's 11 miles north on the Lagoon Road. White building, Pelican on the sign, which is either creative or obvious depending on your mood. He picked up his coffee. "Take the folders. Roy'll want to see the acquisition dates." Mike put the folders under his arm. "Earl," he said, "the land bank parcels. 3 of them are in this county." Earl looked at the inlet, at the waterfront that his grandfather had built a dock on in 1951, at the water that had been the family's business and the family's life for 3 generations. "I figured something like that," Earl said. "When you told me about the land bank 3 months ago, I figured something like that." He set the coffee down on the dock railing with the careful deliberateness of a man setting down something heavy. Somebody been planning to make money off this waterfront's infrastructure investment long before this waterfront knew there was going to be an infrastructure investment. That's the shape of it. Earl was quiet a moment, the water moving through the inlet the way it had always moved through the inlet, regardless of who owned the land alongside it. "Go talk to the Army Corps man," Earl said. "Find out what he knows. Then come back and tell me." He picked the coffee back up. "I've been on this water since before you were born. Whatever's coming, I'd like to know what it is before it gets here." Mike drove north on the Lagoon Road at 11:30 with 2 folders on the passenger seat, and a November morning that had committed to Overcast without deciding anything else about itself yet, and thought about a machine that had been running for years on the assumption that the people it was running over were too small and too separate to see the full shape of what was rolling toward them. The assumption had been wrong. It had been wrong in a marina on the Treasure Coast, and wrong in a grocery store in Fort Pierce, and wrong in a tournament circuit on Lake Okeechobee. Wrong every time someone with a legal pad or a contractor's photograph or a tournament notebook or 32 pages of wire transfer records had looked at the individual pieces and seen what they added up to. His phone buzzed. Jenny, from the road. Stopped for coffee in Okeechobee. Something occurred to me. The Wilmington Building. Foss owns it through Mid-Atlantic Administrative Services. Mid-Atlantic filed in 2019, same year as Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings, Johnson's personal acquisition entity. Same year Johnson bought the first 3 land bank parcels. He read it at a red light. Foss and Johnson started building the infrastructure in the same year, Jenny had written. Not Harmon first, and then Johnson. Johnson first, and then Harmon. Johnson built it with Foss, and brought Harmon in when it needed to scale beyond what Foss could administer. The light changed. He drove north through the narrow lagoon corridor, the water visible on both sides in the places where the land went thin, brown and quiet, and moving at its own pace, and thought about a timeline that ran differently than anyone had assumed. Johnson and Foss first in 2019, before Harmon, before the Florida operations, before anything that had surfaced this summer. 3 years before any of it had become visible. He called Drummond on the new number. The timeline, he said when she answered. Jenny says Johnson and Foss started in 2019. Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings and Mid-Atlantic Administrative Services filed the same year. Johnson built the land bank infrastructure with Foss before Harmon existed as a contractor. A silence that was longer than Drummond's silences usually ran. That changes the conspiracy charge, she said. Not Harmon as the architect with Johnson as the beneficial owner. Johnson as the architect from the beginning, with Foss as his administrative infrastructure, and Harmon as a contractor brought in to operate the fraud mechanism. She paused. Johnson isn't a downstream figure who benefited from Harmon's scheme. Johnson built the scheme and hired Harmon to run it. That's what the 2019 filing dates show. That's what the 2019 filing dates show, and what Foss's cooperation can confirm or deny. Another pause, the sound of movement on her end. I'm calling the DOJ meeting back. Rescheduling for tomorrow. Johnson's attorneys are not going to like that. And I don't particularly care whether they like it, because I want Foss's proffer on the 2019 timeline before I sit down across from Johnson's team and represent what we have. She stopped. Tell Baker to stay in Jacksonville tonight. The statement happens tomorrow morning instead of today, with the Foss timeline incorporated. She's not going to love that. Tell her it makes the statement more valuable, not less. The 2019 timeline changes the framing of everything she documented. Drummond paused. And Mike, what Jenny just found, the 2019 connection. That's not analysis. That's evidence. That's the first date in a conspiracy that runs through today. The whole case rests on when it started, because when it started determines whether Johnson was a participant from the beginning or a beneficiary after the fact. She paused. He was a participant from the beginning. From the beginning, Mike confirmed. Go talk to your Army Corps man, Drummond said. And stay available this afternoon. She hung up. Mike drove north through the lagoon corridor, the folders on the passenger seat, the November morning doing its gray and quiet thing around him, and thought about 2019, about a man who'd looked at a map of Florida's waterfront and identified 16 parcels worth acquiring and then spent 3 years building the machinery to acquire them, and about all the people who'd been standing on those parcels living their lives while the machinery was being built underneath them. The Pelican Bar was exactly where Earl said it would be. White building, Pelican on the sign, the lagoon going narrow right beside it, in the way that narrow water on a gray morning looked like it had always been exactly that specific shade of brown and always would be. He was 20 minutes early. He sat in the parking lot with the folders and waited, because some conversations needed the full arrival before they started. And Roy Simmons sounded like a man who'd been waiting 6 months for someone to show up with the right questions. And showing up early with those questions seemed like the minimum courtesy the situation deserved. Chapter 6. Roy Simmons arrived at 2:03, driving a 10-year-old Silverado with a kayak rack and a Coast Guard auxiliary decal on the rear window, the kind of truck that belonged to someone who used it for the water rather than for the appearance of using it for the water. He was 63. Built in the settling way of men who'd been physically active for decades and had allowed themselves to settle without apology, with white hair and the particular tan of someone who spent real time outdoors in a professional capacity rather than recreational. He clocked Mike in the parking lot before he'd finished getting out of the truck, the assessment look that Mike had been getting from waterfront people all week, not hostile, just the specific attentiveness of someone who'd learned that the person waiting in a parking lot was usually waiting for a reason. Mike held up the folders. Simmons looked at them. Looked at Mike. "Gus sent you," he said. "Gus sent me." Simmons nodded once and went inside without waiting, which was the invitation. The Pelican ran 12 stools and 6 tables, and a bar television showing a fishing show on mute, the same fishing show that apparently ran on every bar television within 40 miles of the Indian River Lagoon at any given hour. The bartender, a woman in her 50s, named Grace according to the tag, had a glass of sweet tea on the bar in the Simmons-shaped spot before Simmons had finished sitting, the automatic service of a regular whose order had stopped being an order and become simply what happened when he walked through the door. Simmons looked at the folders on the bar between them. "You're going to show me acquisition dates," he said. "I'm going to show you acquisition dates," Mike confirmed. "And I'm going to tell you whether those dates align with what I know about the federal appropriations timeline for the Deepwater Channel expansion. That's what I'm hoping." Simmons picked up his tea. "How much do you know about the expansion already?" Federal Deepwater Channel expansion, Indian River Corridor, 3 years in Appropriations Committee review. Congressional Committee oversight through Natural Resources. Johnson's committee. Mike looked at him. "What I don't know is the specific timeline, when the appropriations vote is expected, what the vote's outcome probability looks like, and how far in advance of a public announcement someone with committee access would have known the expansion was going to happen." Simmons set his tea down with the deliberateness of a man beginning a formal presentation he'd been rehearsing in his head for 6 months. The expansion was first discussed in closed session of the Natural Resources Subcommittee in January 2019, he said. Not publicly. Closed session, meaning committee members and their authorized staff only. The discussion involved 3 potential corridor routes, of which the Southern Indian River route was identified as the leading candidate by March 2019. He looked at Mike. Public announcement of the preferred route didn't happen until 14 months ago. January 2019 to 14 months ago, Mike said. That's roughly 2 years of advance knowledge inside the committee before the public knew. 2 years and 3 months, Simmons said. Anyone with access to that January 2019 closed session knew the southern route was the likely outcome before the general public, before the real estate market, before anyone standing on affected waterfront property understood their property was about to become significantly more valuable. Mike opened the land bank parcel map from Jenny's pages. Laid it on the bar. Simmons looked at it. His jaw moved, not speaking, the movement of someone running numbers in their head against numbers they'd been holding for 6 months. "Where'd you get these acquisition dates?" he said. "Federal wire transfer records and county property filings. These 3. He pointed to the 3 parcels in the southern corridor. Acquisition dates. Mike read them. March 2019. May 2019. August 2019. Simmons looked at the bar. Looked at Mike. The January 2019 closed session identified the southern route as the leading candidate. These 3 parcels were acquired in March, May, and August of the same year. He picked up his tea, set it down without drinking. Someone attended that closed session, or was briefed by someone who attended it, and began acquiring parcels in the affected corridor within 60 days of the session. "Tom Johnson," Mike said. Simmons looked at him steadily. The look of a man who'd arrived at the same destination months ago and was watching someone else arrive and checking that they'd taken the same road. "I've been sitting on that conclusion for 6 months," he said. "Without the acquisition dates, I couldn't prove it. I knew the timeline from the appropriations side. I knew parcels in the corridor had changed hands below market value starting in 2019. I couldn't connect the buyer to the committee access." He looked at the parcel map. "This connects it." "Drummond's federal case connects it formally," Mike said. "What you have from the appropriations side is the evidence that the committee knowledge existed before the acquisitions. What Jenny Baker's documentation shows is the acquisition mechanism and the beneficial ownership. Together, it's insider trading in real property by a sitting congressman using closed committee session information," Simmons said. "Which isn't technically illegal under the securities laws because real property isn't a security." He paused. "But it is illegal under the Stop Trading on Congressional Knowledge Act if the congressman profited from material non-public information obtained through their official duties." "Stock Act," Mike said. "Stock Act," Simmons confirmed, "applies to real estate transactions when the information advantage derives from congressional duties. Johnson's committee membership gave him advance knowledge of the expansion. He used that knowledge to acquire property in the affected corridor. That's a Stock Act violation in addition to everything else." He looked at the parcel map again. "How many total parcels?" 16 across 6 counties. Simmons's expression did something that wasn't quite anger and wasn't quite surprise, the specific combination of a man who'd suspected something was large and was now finding out it was larger. 16 parcels, he said. At the values, those properties will reach post-expansion. He was doing math in his head, the practiced arithmetic of someone who'd spent a career estimating land values adjacent to infrastructure investment. Conservative estimate, the land bank appreciates 300% to 400% on the expansion announcement alone before construction begins. Pre-construction land values along a federal deepwater channel corridor, he stopped. We're talking about a portfolio worth somewhere between $40 and $60 million at full value. Mike sat with that number. $40 to $60 million. Built on 16 parcels, acquired through fraud and congressional inside information over 3 years, starting with 3 parcels purchased in the spring of 2019 by a man who'd attended a closed committee session 2 months earlier. The Stock Act violation, Mike said. Drummond's office is DOJ Financial Crimes and Public Integrity. Does the Stock Act fall under public integrity? Simmons said. Congressional corruption is public integrity's territory. The Stock Act violations would be charged alongside the financial fraud, not separately. He picked up his tea, actually drank it this time. How close is Drummond to filing? Johnson's attorneys called DOJ this morning requesting a meeting. Drummond rescheduled it for tomorrow. Mike looked at the parcel map. She's incorporating new timeline information before the meeting. What new timeline? The 2019 connection. Johnson and his administrative architect filed entity registrations the same year as the closed session. Same year as the first parcel acquisitions. Mike paused. He built the infrastructure to acquire the land bank before the route was publicly announced. That's not opportunistic. That's premeditated. Simmons was quiet for a long moment, the bar running its Wednesday afternoon business around them. Two men at the far end working through something that involved a lot of gesturing at a phone screen. A couple at a table by the window, eating sandwiches with the comfortable silence of two people who'd been eating sandwiches together for a long time. I've been trying to figure out who to tell this to for 6 months, Simmons said. I ran the numbers the first time I saw the corridor parcel transfers. I knew what it looked like. I also knew that what it looked like and what I could prove were two different things, and that a retired GS-14 pointing at land transfer records and saying this doesn't smell right wasn't going to move anything at any level that mattered. He looked at the parcel map. Is it going to move now? Drummond's moved faster in the last 24 hours than she's moved in 14 months, Mike said. Andrea Walsh in custody, Foss cooperating, Johnson's attorneys at DOJ. The Stock Act violation from you, combined with the 2019 filing dates from Jenny Baker and the wire transfer records establishing the land bank mechanism, that's a filing Drummond can make. What do you need from me, specifically? A formal statement. Your knowledge of the January 2019 closed session timeline, the appropriations process, the corridor route selection. Documenting that the information advantage existed within Johnson's committee before the acquisition started. Mike looked at him. You were Army Corps. You attended some of those sessions. Simmons looked at the bar. I attended the March 2019 session. Technical briefing on the corridor route engineering analysis. Presented the Corps' assessment of the southern route's feasibility. Committee members present included Johnson. He paused. I watched him take notes. The bar's ambient noise ran around that sentence for a moment. He was taking notes on the engineering analysis, Mike said. He was taking notes on the feasibility assessment, specifically the section where we projected construction timeline and the anticipated impact on adjacent property values. Simmons looked at his tea. At the time, I thought it was due diligence. Members taking notes during technical briefings is normal. It's their job. He paused. 60 days later, the first corridor parcel transferred below market value to a Delaware LLC. You can place Johnson in that session. I can place him in the March session. I have no documentation of the January session because I wasn't there and my name isn't on the attendance record. He met Mike's eyes. But the March session I was in. I presented. Johnson was across the table. He asked 3 questions about property value impact. He paused. I can give Drummond a sworn statement on the March session. The January session is in the closed committee record, which Drummond can subpoena. Call her today, Mike said. He wrote Drummond's new number on a napkin because he didn't have anything better at hand, which was the 3rd time he'd written something important on a napkin in 4 months and suggested he needed to start carrying actual paper. Tell her Roy Simmons. Tell her Gus Calloway's name. Tell her you were in the March 2019 briefing, and Johnson was across the table asking about property values. Simmons took the napkin, looked at it, folded it, and put it in his breast pocket with the care of someone handling something that was going to matter. The expansion vote, Mike said. When does it actually come up? Current appropriations schedule puts it in the next legislative session. January. Simmons looked at the lagoon, visible through the Pelican's window, the narrow water running its brown November course. If Johnson resigns or is indicted before January, the vote dynamics change. He's been the primary sponsor on the corridor expansion language in the appropriations bill. Without him actively managing it, the expansion doesn't necessarily die, Mike said. No. The expansion is legitimate infrastructure that this corridor needs, regardless of who's been using advanced knowledge of it to buy land. The expansion survives Johnson. He paused. The land bank doesn't survive Johnson. The parcels stay frozen. The transactions get unwound as fraud proceeds. The value he was planning to capture goes back to the communities and the landowners and the families who were pressured out of their properties to make room for it. Mike thought about Laura Scott's house in Palms Corner, still gone, the Lakeview building on the lot. About the 3 families who'd already sold on the street where Dot Williams had lived since 1964. About what unwound transactions looked like in practice for people who'd already been displaced. Unwinding the transactions, he said. The properties that were already transferred. The families who already lost their homes. Simmons's face did something that acknowledged the gap between what the law could do and what justice required. Civil forfeiture of fraud proceeds can fund restitution, he said. It's imperfect. It doesn't put people back in their houses, in most cases. But a $60 million portfolio, seized as fraud proceeds, generates significant restitution capacity. He paused. That's for the courts and the prosecutors. My job, at this point, is to give Drummond what I know, and let the people with subpoena power and courtroom authority do what they do with it. Mike's phone buzzed on the bar. Drummond, the new number. He answered. Foss's proffer covers the 2019 timeline, Drummond said without preamble. Johnson and Foss met in December 2018. First entity filings in February 2019. Johnson directed Foss to identify and establish the Wilmington building as the administrative backbone before the corridor route was publicly announced. She paused. Foss was in the room for 2 meetings with Johnson in 2019. He has contemporaneous notes. Contemporaneous notes, Mike said. Handwritten, in a notebook Foss kept for every significant meeting going back 12 years, which is either the most incriminating professional habit I've ever encountered or the single most useful piece of evidence in this case, and at this point it's both. Drummond's voice had the particular quality it got when things were moving faster than plans. The Johnson meeting is back on for today. 5 o'clock. I got off the phone with his attorneys 20 minutes ago, and something changed on their end. What changed? They know about Foss, she said. I don't know how they know. We haven't made the cooperation public. But they know, because they called back and moved the meeting from a request to an urgency. She paused. When the man who built your entire administrative infrastructure starts cooperating with federal prosecutors, the urgency calculus changes. The leak, Mike said. Someone told them about Foss. I'm running the communications audit. We'll find it. She didn't sound particularly concerned about it, which meant she'd already factored the leak into her meeting preparation. The 5 o'clock meeting is what matters now. I'm going in with Baker's documentation, Foss's proffer, Walsh's custody, and whatever Simmons gives me from the March 2019 briefing. A pause. He's there. He's here. He was in the March session. Johnson was across the table asking about property value impact. Mike looked at Simmons, who was listening with the calm attention of someone who'd made a decision and was waiting for the next instruction. He'll call you. Good. Tell him before he calls that I need the statement formal, written, signed today before 5. I'll have my agent meet him at whatever location works. She paused. Mike, if this meeting goes where I think it goes, if Johnson's attorneys are bringing an offer, the case becomes federal, and it becomes large, and the local component, the pipeline corridor, the manatee pattern review, the ethics complaint against Santos, those things continue on their own timeline through state and county mechanisms. My office can't hold the local pieces together while the federal case absorbs the main attention. I'll hold the local pieces, Mike said. I was hoping you'd say that. She hung up. Mike looked at Simmons. Drummond needs a written signed statement today. Her agent will come to you. Can you be at the Pelican for another hour? I can be here all afternoon, Simmons said. I've been waiting 6 months. Another hour isn't a problem. He picked up his tea. Is it going to work? Mike thought about the shape of what was moving. Foss's contemporaneous notes, and Andrea Walsh in federal custody, and Drummond walking into a room at 5 o'clock with a file that told the full story from the first December 2018 meeting to the Meridian sitting dark at the inlet mouth last night. It's going to work, he said. The question now is what it costs the people who were already hurt before it worked. Simmons looked at the window, at the lagoon going its narrow way past the bar. That's always the question, he said. In every infrastructure project I worked in 30 years. What it costs the people already there. He looked at Mike. Usually, there's no good answer. There's a better answer than $60 million landing in a congressman's land bank, Mike said. That's a low bar. It's the bar we've got. He drove south along the Lagoon Road at 3:30 with Simmons's statement in process behind him. Drummond's agent having arrived at the Pelican at 3:15 in a rental sedan that had federal written all over it, despite having no markings, and Simmons sitting with him at the bar going through the March 2019 technical briefing in the organized, precise way of a man who'd been a professional witness to technical processes for 30 years. Jenny called from Jacksonville as he passed the point where the Lagoon Road met A1A. I'm at Drummond's field office, she said. Her agent walked me through the Foss proffer. Mike, Foss's notes from the December 2018 meeting. Johnson told him specifically that the Southern Corridor route had been selected internally and that the acquisition window before public announcement was estimated at 18 to 24 months. She paused. He told Foss to build the infrastructure to acquire as many parcels as possible within that window. He told Foss the timeline, Mike said. He gave Foss the inside information directly, in a private meeting, 4 months before the March 2019 briefing where Simmons watched him take notes. She paused. Johnson knew the route in December 2018. The closed session Simmons didn't attend, the January session, probably confirmed what Johnson already knew from internal committee communications in December. He knew before the closed session, Mike said. Before any formal committee process. He had the information through informal channels first. Which means the Stock Act violation starts earlier than Simmons's March 2019 briefing. It starts in December 2018 when Johnson received the corridor preference information and used it to direct Foss to begin acquiring. She was quiet a moment. The statement I'm giving tomorrow. I need to incorporate the December date. Drummond knows. Drummond knows everything. She's been running on about 4 hours of sleep, and she seems completely fine with that. A brief pause. Mike. Johnson's attorneys. The 5 o'clock meeting. What do you think he's offering? Resignation and cooperation, Mike said. In exchange for sentencing consideration. That's what Drummond thinks too. Jenny's voice shifted. The controlled quality of someone managing their reaction to information about a person they had complicated feelings about. If he resigns before the vote, the expansion timeline changes. The pipeline corridor permit review, continues on its own track. Santos gets her committee vote back. The manatee pattern designation holds. She paused. The land bank gets unwound as fraud proceeds. It doesn't bring back the houses, Mike said. No, she said. It doesn't bring back the houses. They sat with that on the line for a moment, the lagoon running alongside the road, brown and narrow and doing what it did. The statement tomorrow, Mike said. Are you ready? I'm ready. She said it with the specific finality of someone who'd been working toward a moment for 4 months and had arrived at the moment and found it was exactly what they'd thought it would be. Large and real and not particularly comfortable. I was ready before I got here. I just needed somewhere to be ready at. He drove south through the November afternoon, the lagoon on his right, and the agricultural land on his left, and the sky doing its overcast thing that had been doing it all day without deciding anything else, and thought about a December 2018 meeting in a room he hadn't been in and would never be in. A congressman and a shell company architect sitting across from each other. The congressman explaining that the window was 18 to 24 months, and the architect understanding exactly what 18 to 24 months meant for the machinery he was about to be paid to build. 3 years of machinery. 4 books of it. His phone buzzed at 4:57. Drummond. He pulled over on the lagoon road, because the call that came at 4:57, 3 minutes before a 5 o'clock meeting, deserved a parked car. The meeting, Drummond said. Johnson's not sending his attorneys. He's not coming. He's coming himself. She paused, and the pause had the quality of something that hadn't been in her calculation. No attorneys. Just Johnson. He called my direct line 20 minutes ago and asked if he could come alone. Another pause. Men who've been running an operation this size for 5 years don't come to federal meetings alone without attorneys, unless they're planning to say something their attorneys told them not to say. He's going to give you something, Mike said. He's going to give me something his attorneys don't know he's giving me, which means it's either a liability they've decided to protect him from by keeping them out of the room, or it's information he has that they don't, which he's bringing as his personal negotiating asset. She paused. I've been in this job 14 years. I've had one person come to a meeting like this alone. What happened? He gave me 3 other cases in exchange for his own, she said. Cases I hadn't found yet. Cases that took 2 more years to close. She stopped. Be available tonight. Whatever Johnson brings into that room at 5 o'clock, you're going to want to know what it is before you go to bed. She hung up. Mike sat on the lagoon road with the engine idling and the overcast November sky doing its final hour of gray above the water, and thought about a man who'd built a $60 million land bank through 3 years of fraud and congressional access, going into a room at 5 o'clock without a lawyer, carrying something he'd decided was worth more than attorney-client protection. Whatever it was bigger than what they had. Which meant there was more to find. Which meant the summer wasn't over. He drove south toward Colusa Cay through the last of the afternoon light, the lagoon running alongside him the whole way, brown and quiet, and keeping its own counsel on the matter, same as it always had. Chapter 7. Drummond called at 9:14 that night, and Mike was at the kitchen table with the Maria Santos folder and a pen, making notes in the margin when it rang, not waiting by the phone, just working. And the call interrupted the work rather than filling a contemplative silence. He gave me 2 things, Drummond said. The first one you already know the shape of. The second one I need you to hear before I decide what to do with it. Tell me the first one. Johnson confirmed everything. Full cooperation on the land bank, the Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings acquisitions, the Foss relationship from December 2018. He confirmed the closed session timeline and the corridor preference information. He confirmed directing Harmon's engagement as an operator after the infrastructure was built. She paused. He gave me the pipeline corridor environmental assessment chain, not just Fitch, the whole mechanism. Coastal Environmental Solutions is his entity, not Harmon's. He set it up in 2021 specifically to manufacture environmental cover for infrastructure projects in the corridor parcels. A brief stop. His attorneys don't know he gave me that. He volunteered it. He volunteered evidence against himself, Mike said. He volunteered evidence that his attorneys would have spent 2 years protecting him from producing. Which tells me he's either made a decision about his future that his attorneys haven't been consulted on, or he has something he's trading it for that's worth 2 years of attorney protection. She let that breathe. Second thing. Tell me. Florida isn't the only state. Foss built infrastructure in 4 states: Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia. We knew Georgia from Meridian Strategies. We suspected North Carolina. She paused. Johnson gave me Virginia. What's in Virginia? A land bank, twice the size of Florida's. 31 parcels along the Chesapeake Bay corridor, acquired through the same mechanism: shell entities, below-market acquisitions, fraudulent environmental assessments, providing cover for development that generates the laundering income that funds the acquisitions. She stopped. The Chesapeake Bay corridor is subject to a federal dredging and port expansion project currently before the Senate Appropriations Committee. Johnson doesn't sit on that committee. Somebody else does, Mike said. Somebody else does. And that somebody else has apparently been running the same operation Johnson ran in Florida, using the same Foss infrastructure, with Johnson as a knowing participant rather than the primary architect. She paused. Johnson gave me the Virginia operation in exchange for sentencing consideration on the Florida case. He gave me a sitting senator. Mike set the pen down on the Santos folder. How big? He said. The Virginia Land Bank, at current corridor adjacent valuations, is between $90 and $110 million. Drummond said the numbers the way she said everything. Flat, factual, letting the numbers do their own work without editorial assistance. The senator's name is in my file. I'm not saying it on this line until I've confirmed the Foss infrastructure connection independently. Johnson's word alone doesn't charge a senator. But you believe him. I believe him because he volunteered the Florida evidence against himself first. A man who lies to a federal prosecutor doesn't lead with the truth about his own crimes. He leads with his asset and withholds his exposure. She paused. Johnson led with his exposure. That's either very stupid or very strategic, and nothing in this man's history suggests very stupid. He wanted to establish credibility, Mike said, before he handed you something bigger. That's exactly what he did. And it worked, because I believe the Virginia information is real, which means I'm going to spend the next several weeks confirming it through Foss's documentation rather than through Johnson's word. She stopped. What I need from you is the Florida ground-level picture. The pipeline, Santos, the manatee designation, all of it. Drummond's office absorbs the federal case, and the Florida work continues at the county level. You said you'd hold the local pieces. I said I'd hold the local pieces. The pipeline permit review. The Fish and Wildlife Inspector General treating Nancy Cole's pattern designation as a priority. Santos's committee vote in 5 weeks. She paused. These need to continue moving, regardless of what the federal case does next. Federal cases have momentum, but they don't have local knowledge. You have local knowledge. I'll talk to Jennings tomorrow, Mike said. She coordinates the local pieces. I do the ground-level work. Good. A pause that had something in it beyond the operational. Mike. Johnson resigning. It's not public yet. His attorneys are being informed tonight, and the public statement comes tomorrow morning. Before it does, there are people in the Treasure Coast communities who've been living inside this operation without knowing the full shape of it. Earl Tucker, Pat Doyle, Maria Santos. They deserve to know what's coming before they read it in the news. I'll tell them tonight, Mike said. Tonight, she confirmed. And then, one more thing. Baker's statement, tomorrow. Still happening, still important. The Virginia information doesn't change what she built on Florida. It makes Florida the template for understanding everything else. Her documentation of the land bank mechanism is the foundation case. The Virginia case, and whatever else Foss's files show, will be built on that foundation. She hung up. Mike sat at the kitchen table with the Santos folder, and the pen and the two numbers, 60 million in Florida, 90 to 110 in Virginia, sitting in the quiet kitchen while the tree frogs went outside, and Mrs. Alvarez's porch light did its usual thing, and the house held its normal nighttime stillness around a piece of information that was not normal at all. He called Earl first, because Earl had been on this waterfront the longest and had the most right to hear it first. Earl answered on the second ring, which meant he was awake, which for Earl at 9:30 at night was not remarkable. Johnson's resigning, Mike said. Public announcement, tomorrow morning. Full cooperation with the federal case. The land bank gets unwound as fraud proceeds. The pipeline permit review continues on the federal mandatory track. Earl was quiet for a moment. Not the silence of surprise. Earl Tucker didn't surprise easily. More the silence of a man confirming that the thing he'd expected to happen was going to happen, and finding that the confirmation felt different from the expectation. The 3 parcels in this county, Earl said. Part of the fraud proceeds. They go back. Mike paused. To who specifically, I don't know yet. Depends on who originally owned the land before it was acquired, whether the original acquisition was through First Patriot's process or a legitimate below-market purchase. That's the civil forfeiture work. Years, Earl said. Probably. The criminal case moves faster than the civil recovery. Still, Earl was quiet again. Then, you going to tell Pat tonight? Tonight. Tell him the permit's real, Earl said. He's been asking me about it. He wants to know the permit isn't going to evaporate when the federal case moves. The permit's real. Drummond reinstated it directly. It's not connected to the Johnson cooperation. It was stalled through the Maritime Office, which is a separate administrative correction. Good. Earl paused. Mike. Yeah. You done good this summer. He said it the way Earl said everything that mattered, plainly, without ceremony, and only once. All of it. The marina, and the rest of it. Done good. Mike didn't have a ready answer for that. Not because it wasn't the right thing to hear, but because Earl Tucker saying it once made it the kind of thing that didn't need a response so much as it needed to be received properly, which meant sitting with it a moment before the next thing. Tell Pat tonight, Mike said. I'll come by the marina in the morning. He called Pat next. Pat answered on the first ring, because Pat, like Earl, was the kind of man who answered phones at night rather than letting them go to the machines that handled such things for people with more confidence in the machines. Mike told him the same things, in the same order. Johnson resigning, the cooperation, the land bank. Pat's permit, permanent, and unconnected to the federal case's outcome. The equipment, Pat said. The debris field. My operation, federal chain of custody. Your operation, Mike confirmed. Drummond's agent alongside. Tomorrow, if the weather holds. Pat said nothing for a moment, which was Pat doing what Pat did with significant information, processing it completely before speaking about it. The discipline of someone whose profession required exactly that kind of sequential approach to information in environments where the wrong response to new data had consequences. Billy's going to want to come, Pat said. Billy can come. He's going to talk about it afterward. A lot. He's earned it, Mike said. A brief sound that might have been a laugh in a man who laughed more easily. Good night, Mike. He called Maria Santos last, because her situation was the most immediately time-sensitive, and the one where Johnson's resignation changed the specific dynamics most directly. She answered after 4 rings, the background sound of an interrupted meeting or a dinner or something that had people in it. Give me 2 minutes, she said, not to Mike. And then the background sounds receded and a door closed and she came back. Tell me. He told her. Johnson resigning tomorrow. Pipeline permit review on mandatory federal track. The ethics complaint against her. He didn't know yet who would process the withdrawal, whether it happened automatically with Johnson's cooperation or required a separate county proceeding, but the complaint's filer was connected to the same shell network, and that connection was now in the federal record. The committee vote, she said immediately. 5 weeks. The ethics complaint goes away. The mechanism that pulled you off the committee was built on the same fraudulent infrastructure as everything else. Your reinstatement should follow the complaint withdrawal. Should. Should, he confirmed, because Santos was an attorney's daughter of thinking, precise about language, aware that should and will were different words. I'll call the county ethics office in the morning, she said. Not to push, to document the sequence. If the complaint is withdrawn as part of Johnson's cooperation agreement, I want the timing on record in case there's any question about whether my reinstatement was procedurally proper before the vote. She paused. Glenn Marsh. What about him? I need to terminate his consulting contract. Tonight, before the announcement tomorrow, so it doesn't look reactive. She was already working through the sequence. Mike could hear it in the precision of her sentences. The contract has a termination clause that doesn't require cause. I'll use it. That's your call to make, Mike said. It's not a hard call. She paused. Marsh may not have known the full extent of what he was part of. I don't know that yet. But I know he was part of it. And I know he consistently advised me away from the pipeline opposition. And I know those two things together mean the professional relationship is over regardless of what he knew. Another pause, shorter. Thank you, Mr. Ramble, for yesterday's folder conversation and for this call tonight. 5 weeks, Mike said. Vote happens. That's the thing. The vote happens, she said. Good night. The marina at 10:15 at night was the version of itself that most people who used it during the day never saw. The boats at their slips doing the small movements that boats did at rest, lines and fenders, and the low sounds of water doing its continuous work against hulls. The bait shop dark. The fuel dock on its night lighting. The single yellow lamp that Earl kept running all night, because Earl Tucker had opinions about navigation lighting, and the opinions extended to his own dock. Mike sat on the bench at the dock's landward end, where he'd sat with Drummond's pages from Jenny's envelope a week ago. Except tonight he didn't have any papers with him. He'd come because the marina at night had a quality that his kitchen at night didn't. The water moving and the air moving, and the whole living but quiet character of a place that didn't stop being itself just because the day was over. The Perseverance sat at her slip with the patient solidity of a boat that had been doing hard work on real water for a long time. And whatever Pat had found in the debris field's documentation would go into a federal chain of custody with Pat's name as the permit holder, which was the right ending for that piece of it. His phone buzzed. Jenny from Jacksonville. A text rather than a call, which was the difference between something she needed to say and something she was comfortable leaving in written form. Statements organized. Ready for tomorrow. Also, Drummond told me about Virginia. 90 to 110. Mike, how many of these are there? He looked at the text, looked at the water in the slip, at the Perseverance doing its patient thing in the dark. Typed back, more than we've found. Foss's files will show it. 3 dots. Then, that's what I was afraid of. Also, what I was hoping for. He understood both parts of that simultaneously, which was the thing about Jenny Baker. She said 2 true things at once and meant both of them equally, which was a specific kind of honesty that didn't perform itself, but simply was. He put the phone in his pocket and sat on the bench for another 10 minutes. The inlet doing its tidal work past the dock end, the night running its November quiet around the marina, and thought about a man in a federal meeting room giving up a senator to protect himself, and a senator in Virginia who didn't know yet that the machinery he'd been using had just been handed to the people building a case against it. The water moved. The boats moved with it, slightly on their lines. Somewhere out in the inlet, 11 miles south, a debris field sat on the seafloor at 30 feet with its serial numbers photographed and its chain of custody pending, and the federal preservation order keeping it exactly where it was until the morning, when Pat Doyle would run the Perseverance south with Drummond's agent aboard and bring up what was down there in the only way that mattered. Officially documented, unassailable. He went home. Didn't drive anywhere. Just walked the half-mile, the night air doing its November thing, the tree frogs in the drainage ditches making their continuous case for their own existence. Locked the real door. Left the burner phone on the nightstand. Slept. Chapter 8. Pat Doyle had the Perseverance running before the marina's bait shop opened, which meant before 6, which was the schedule of a man who'd been waiting a week to go back to a dive site, and had decided that the moment his permit was confirmed real, he was going to use it immediately before anyone or anything could interrupt the using. Drummond's field agent was a woman named Karen Webb, 35, compact, with the specific no-nonsense quality of someone who'd done a lot of waiting in a lot of places for work that mattered, and had developed efficiency as a survival trait. She was on the dock at 5:45 with a federal evidence kit and a dive bag, which told Mike she was certified, which told him Drummond had sent someone who could go in the water rather than someone who'd have to watch from the boat. Mike wasn't going on the boat. He'd established this the night before with Pat, who'd accepted it the way Pat accepted most things, without argument, because arguing about things that were straightforwardly correct was not how Pat Doyle spent his time. He stood on the dock in the early dark while Pat ran pre-dive checks with Billy and Webb, the 3 of them moving around the Perseverance with the synchronized efficiency of people who had a job to do and understood it. Earl was there too, at the dock's landward end with his coffee, not saying anything, just being present, which was Earl Tucker's primary mode of support. Water temperature, Webb said, not to anyone specific, checking a dive computer on her wrist. 71, Pat said. Visibility'll be 12 to 15 feet, maybe more. That section of the corridor runs clean in November. Current. 0.2 knots at surface. Less at 30 feet. Webb looked satisfied. She clipped her evidence kit to the deck rigging with the practiced motion of someone who'd done evidence collection dives before. And Billy Chance, who had been coiled with suppressed energy since 5:45, finally let some of it out by being extraordinarily helpful with the mooring lines. Mike watched the boat run south out of the inlet at 6:08, Pat at the console, the hull coming up on plane as it cleared the no-wake zone, and then turning to Earl. Jennings, Mike said. She called at 6, Earl said. Already in the office. Said to come when you're ready. Now's ready. Jennings had the local pieces laid out on her desk in the organized way she had everything. Not by category, but by dependency. The things that needed to happen before other things could happen, arranged in the sequence they'd need to happen in. Mike recognized the system from 4 months of watching her build cases and understood immediately that she'd been up early working through the sequence before he arrived, which was consistent with Jennings. Santos's ethics complaint, she said before he sat down. I called the county ethics office at 7 this morning. The complaints filer is a shell entity. I gave them the federal case reference number and the DOJ contact for Drummond's office. They're treating the complaint as fraudulently filed. Withdrawal processing starts today. She looked at her notes. Santos is reinstated to her committees as soon as the withdrawal processes. The office said by end of week, possibly faster. 5 weeks to the vote, Mike said. 5 weeks and 2 days. Plenty of runway. She moved to the next item on the sequence. Nancy Cole's manatee pattern designation. Fish and Wildlife Inspector General is treating it as a priority review. Drummond's office flagged it with them directly. The enhanced protection designation for the Southern Corridor went into the federal record at 11 p.m. last night. That triggers the mandatory environmental reassessment of any infrastructure project crossing the designated zone. The pipeline permit. The pipeline permit is now in mandatory federal review. The 9-day assessment by Gary Fitch via Coastal Environmental Solutions is the subject of a separate federal examination by the EPA's Office of Inspector General, to whom Drummond referred the assessment fraud evidence this morning. She paused. Fitch called his attorney at 7:30 a.m. His cooperation agreement is being renegotiated. He's going to give the EPA's OIG everything on Coastal Environmental Solutions in exchange for reduced exposure on the second assessment. She looked at Mike. He did it twice. The cooperation agreement covered the first time. The second time, he's on his own unless he talks. He'll talk, Mike said. He's talking. She moved to the third item. Pat Doyle's dive. Federal chain of custody, web present, documentation beginning on site. The Deep South geophysical equipment on the seafloor becomes federal evidence the moment it's recovered, which combined with the serial number registry data and Foss's cooperation on the Wilmington infrastructure gives us the full picture of the undeclared survey. She paused. Deep South geophysical itself. Drummond's office is moving on the corporate officers today. The Delaware registration lists Foss as an officer, but there are 2 others whose names I don't recognize. She's running them. They'll connect to something, Mike said. Everything connects to something at this point. Jennings picked up her coffee, which was the chipped white mug today rather than the world's okayest detective mug, which was on the windowsill behind her and appeared to be holding pencils. Johnson's statement comes out at 10. Have you read the draft? No. She slid a printed page across the desk. His attorneys gave it to DOJ at 8 this morning. Standard resignation language with a health justification, which is the fiction both sides agreed to use to allow an orderly process rather than a forced removal. The cooperation isn't public in the statement. That comes out through the DOJ press office separately, after the cooperation agreement is formally filed. Mike read the statement. 2 paragraphs. Tom Johnson, expressing gratitude for the privilege of serving his constituents, citing the need to focus on personal health matters, effective immediately. The language of a man stepping off a cliff while describing it as a plan to descent. He handed it back. The constituents in his district, Mike said. The waterfront communities in the 6 counties. They're going to hear resignation and health and not understand what it means. That's why Peggy Nash is writing her story today, Jennings said. She has everything, the land bank documentation, the 2019 timeline, the corridor parcel acquisitions. She agreed to hold it until the Johnson statement was public, and the statement's public at 10. Jennings checked her watch. She has 90 minutes. Mike's phone rang. Drummond, the new number. He answered on speaker, because Jennings was the right person to hear whatever Drummond was calling to say. "Good morning," Drummond said. "Two things. First, Foss's files on the Wilmington infrastructure. 14 entities documented, 3 states, all connected through Mid-Atlantic Administrative Services. We've mapped every shell, every registered agent, every transfer route." She paused. "The Florida Land Bank parcels, all 16, are now in the federal asset forfeiture record. Civil forfeiture proceedings begin today. The restitution question for displaced families goes to a federal restitution administrator who'll work with the individual counties on case-by-case determinations." "Laura Scott," Jennings said. "And the Palms Corner families. And anyone else First Patriot processed in the last 2 years. The restitution administrator has Jennings's case files from the St. Lucie and Indian River County investigations. I requested them last night." Drummond paused. "It takes time. I want to be honest about that. Civil forfeiture and restitution take time. But the mechanism is running." "Second thing," Mike said. "Second thing. The Meridian. The research vessel that sat at your inlet the other night." Drummond's voice shifted to the particular register she used when something was moving faster than expected. Webb called from the dive site at 07:30. "The debris field is larger than Billy Chance's initial observation indicated. He found the central array. There are 2 additional equipment clusters he didn't locate, another 40 meters south, in water about 35 feet. Webb and Pat are working the full field." "Larger survey," Mike said. "A much larger survey. The original array covers a section of the corridor about a mile long. The additional clusters extend the coverage another 2 miles south." She stopped. "A 3-mile precision survey of the seafloor in the southern Indian River corridor, conducted without federal notification, using equipment registered through Foss's shell infrastructure. This isn't a preliminary feasibility survey. This is a construction survey. The kind you do when you already know you're building something and you need the exact seafloor topography for the engineering design." Jennings looked at Mike. "They were past planning," he said. "They were in engineering design." "The pipeline was already in engineering design before the environmental assessment was filed," Drummond confirmed. "Which means the 9-day assessment wasn't just compressed. It was irrelevant. They'd already designed the pipeline. The assessment was theater." A pause. "That changes the federal charges on the pipeline component. It's not just a fraudulent environmental assessment. It's a fraudulent construction project being advanced through congressional corruption. The scale of the federal crime is considerably larger than the local permit violation." "Does it change the permit review timeline?" Mike said. "No. The mandatory federal review continues on its track. Santos gets her vote. The local processes run their course independent of the federal case." She paused. "I want the construction survey documentation, the full array, documented chain of custody, before I file the pipeline charges. Pat's operation today covers that." "Pat's thorough," Mike said. "Webb confirms that." A brief pause that might have contained something close to approval. "One more thing. And then I have a congressional liaison arriving in 20 minutes for what is going to be a very long conversation about the Virginia situation." She stopped. "Johnson gave me a name last night. In addition to the Virginia senator, he gave me a name connected to the monitoring infrastructure Foss built, the Federal Registry alerts, the NOAA access, the Coast Guard communications leak. The name isn't Andrea Walsh. Walsh was the mechanism, Mike said, not the architect. Walsh executed the registry alerts on instruction. The instruction came from Walsh's supervisor in Johnson's office, the chief of staff. But the monitoring infrastructure itself, the design of it, the decision about which systems to monitor and how to access them, that came from someone outside Johnson's office. Drummond paused. Someone inside the federal bureaucracy who has legitimate access to multiple agency systems and has been providing that access to Foss's network for 3 years in exchange for payments routed through a shell company. A federal employee on Foss's payroll, Mike said. A senior federal employee. GS-15, agency I'm not naming on this line, provided access to the Maritime Equipment Registry, the NOAA monitoring systems, and the Coast Guard ICE tracking network, which is how they knew the Meridian's exact position relative to your marina in real time during the Coast Guard boarding. She paused. This is the communications leak. Not a single breach, but a purchased access that's been running for 3 years. Jennings had stopped writing and was looking at the phone on Mike's side of the desk with the expression of someone who'd been building a case for months and was watching it become something larger than the case they'd started building. How far does it go? Jennings said. I don't know yet, Drummond said. I know it's bigger than Florida. I know Foss's infrastructure was designed to be adaptable across multiple states and multiple federal monitoring systems. I know the Virginia operation had the same access architecture as the Florida operation, which means the same purchased access was serving both. A pause. I have a team working on the agency connection today. I'll know more tonight. She stopped. Mike, stay close to your phone. This is moving faster than federal investigations usually move, and I want someone on the ground in that corridor I can call when I need ground-level eyes. She hung up. Jennings picked up her coffee, found it had gone cold, set it down with the sound she made when something concrete needed doing, and sitting with coffee wasn't it. A GS-15, providing access to 3 federal monitoring systems, she said. That's not a corrupt bureaucrat. That's an intelligence operation. That's what Foss built, Mike said. Not just shells and registered agents. An intelligence infrastructure. Real-time monitoring of the federal systems that would surface what they were doing, so they could respond before the surface became visible to anyone acting on it. The Meridian at the inlet, Jennings said. They knew you'd run the serial numbers because they were watching the registry. They knew the Coast Guard was coming because they were watching the AIS. They knew Foss had been picked up. Through the same access, Mike said. Which means they knew everything we were doing in real time for months, and they still lost. Jennings sat with that. They lost because Billy Chance can't keep his mouth shut, she said. They lost because Billy Chance photographed serial numbers on a research vessel before he told anybody about the debris field, which is not the characteristic you'd expect from a 23-year-old who tells everything to a bait shop. Mike paused. And because Pat Doyle filed for a permit rather than diving without one, which gave them a mechanism to stall him. And the stall created a paper trail they didn't intend to create. And because Maria Santos read an environmental assessment closely enough to find copied language. And because Roy Simmons had been keeping notes for 6 months. And because Jenny Baker spent 4 months alone in a hotel room following wire transfers that nobody else was following. And because Dot Williams didn't call the first Patriot number, Jennings said. Because Dot Williams had been reading fine print for 78 years and knew what the sentence actually said. Jennings was quiet for a moment. Then, what does Drummond need from us today? Specifically, what do you need to be doing while she manages the federal side? The construction survey documentation from Pat's dive. Make sure the chain of custody is airtight, Webb's filing. But I want to see the documentation before it goes to Drummond's office. He paused. And Glenn Marsh, the political consultant. Santos terminated his contract last night. But Marsh was placed with Santos's campaign. Someone introduced him, someone vouched for him, someone made the connection between Marsh's firm and Santos's race. I want to know who made that connection, because if it was Foss's network placing an asset inside Santos's campaign, that's documented obstruction of a local elected official's duties, and it belongs in the county record alongside the ethics complaint. Jennings was already writing. I'll pull Marsh's business registration and his client history. If the connection to Santos came through anyone in Foss's network, it'll show in the contracting paperwork or the referral chain. Mike's phone buzzed. Billy Chance, not a call, a text. A photograph. Taken underwater. Flashlight illuminating a section of equipment casing Mike hadn't seen in the original photographs. This casing had a label affixed to it, a manufacturer's plate with text visible in the image. Deep South Geophysical Survey Unit 3 of 9, Corridor Section C. 9 units, Billy had texted below the photograph. Section C of something. There are sections. Mike showed Jennings the photograph. Corridor sections, she said. A multi-section survey of a named corridor. Mike called Webb directly, because Webb was in the water and had a surface radio and the question couldn't wait. Webb answered on the fourth call attempt, surface radio crackling with the slight delay of marine communication. The equipment labels, Mike said. Survey Unit 3 of 9. Corridor Section C, what's the full label text? A pause with water sounds behind it. Hang on. Radio static then. Survey Unit 3 of 9. Corridor Section C project designation, IRL South Pipeline. IRL, for Indian River Lagoon. Client reference on the label reads, a pause. Reads JFI 2021. That's all. JFI, Mike said. JFI-2021. Webb confirmed it and went back under. Jennings was already at her computer. JFI as a corporate designation. Florida registration. She typed. Waited. Johnson Florida Interests, LLC. Filed March 2021. Dissolved October 2023. She looked up. Johnson's personal entity commissioned this survey directly. Not through Foss, not through Harmon, not through any shell. His own LLC. He put his name on the survey, Mike said. He put his name on the survey. She looked at the screen. JFI 2021 means the project was commissioned in 2021. 2 years before the pipeline permit application. 2 years before any public announcement of the corridor route. She looked at Mike. He commissioned a full 9-unit construction survey of the Indian River Lagoon Southern Corridor 2 years before the project was officially proposed. Call Drummond. I'm calling Drummond. Jennings was already dialing. Mike. This is the project authorization. When Drummond files the pipeline charges, the survey commissioned through Johnson's personal LLC is the document that shows he directed the project as a beneficial owner, not just influenced it through committee access. She got through to Drummond's line and began talking before she'd finished the sentence. Mike looked at Billy's photograph on his phone. A waterproof label on a piece of survey equipment at 30 feet in the Indian River Lagoon, put there 2 years ago by a man who assumed nobody would ever be looking at it. Certainly, not a 23-year-old who free-dived because he liked the water and photographed things out of a habit he'd picked up from scientists. He texted Billy back, "Good work. Stay on it. Document everything." Billy's response was immediate, "Already am." Also, there's a fourth cluster Pat didn't know about. We're going further south. Mike put the phone in his pocket. Through Jennings's office window, the November morning was doing something it hadn't done all week. The overcast breaking, actual sunlight arriving in the way Florida sunlight arrived when it had been withheld long enough, fully committed. The whole thing at once, the kind of light that made the parking lot outside look like it had been lit for a specific purpose. At 10 o'clock exactly, Tom Johnson's resignation statement went public. Mike knew because Peggy Nash texted him at 10:01, "Statement's out. My story's up. It's everything." He read her text, looked at the sunlight doing its sudden thing on the parking lot, and thought about Pat Doyle going further south in the clear November water with Webb alongside him, and Billy Chance documenting equipment clusters that a congressman's personal LLC had commissioned and abandoned and assumed would stay abandoned. Things that got assumed about stayed, abandoned generally did. Right up until they didn't. Chapter 9. Webb called at 2:17 from the surface, the marine radio signal running clean in the November air. 9 units, she said. All recovered. Chain of custody established on each one. Pat's logging the GPS coordinates for every recovery point. We've got a 3-mile survey footprint documented. A pause with water sounds. The 4th cluster Billy found runs almost to the boundary of a federally protected manatee sanctuary zone. Inside or outside, Mike said. 0.3 miles outside. She paused. But the survey coverage extends to the boundary. Whatever they were engineering up to the sanctuary line, not through it. They knew where the line was. They knew exactly where the line was. The equipment placement is precise. The southernmost unit sits 40 meters from the boundary marker. That's not approximation. That's a surveyor who pulled the boundary coordinates and placed the unit exactly where it needed to be to get coverage without triggering the mandatory sanctuary consultation. She stopped. JFI 2021. Pat found a 9th unit with a secondary label. Different format. Looks like an internal project document laminated to the casing. He photographed it before we bagged the unit. What does it say? A pause. Reading from the photograph. Project scope. IRL Southern Corridor, sections A through F, full sub-bottom and side scan coverage, construction grade precision. Authorized by JFI Management. Engineering Review, Deltaport Associates, Richmond, Virginia. She stopped reading. Deltaport Associates. Virginia, Mike said. Richmond, Virginia. Webb's voice had the specific quality of someone who'd been doing federal evidence work long enough to recognize when a detail changed the shape of what they'd been collecting. That's a connection between the Florida Pipeline Project and a Virginia-based engineering firm. Get that label into the chain of custody immediately. Photograph, document bag. Don't call Drummond on the marine radio. Call her on a cell when you're back at the dock. Already bagged, Webb said. I've been doing this a while. She dropped off the line. Mike was in his truck in the Colusa Cay Marina parking lot, having come back from Jennings's office at noon and spent the intervening 2 hours running down the Marsh consulting connection from his phone while waiting for Webb's call. Deltaport Associates, Richmond, Virginia. The engineering firm on a Florida pipeline project authorized by a Florida congressman's personal LLC. A Virginia-based engineering firm in a state where Tom Johnson had just given Drummond the name of a sitting senator running the same operation. He called Jennings. Deltaport Associates, Richmond, Virginia, he said when she picked up. Engineering firm. Listed as the Construction Review Authority on the JFI 2021 pipeline project. Virginia address. He heard her type. 30 seconds. Deltaport Associates, she said. Virginia corporate registration, 8 years old. Principal Officer, Mark DeLuca, licensed civil and marine engineer, Virginia and Maryland. She typed again. DeLuca has federal project certifications through the Army Corps of Engineers, the EPA, and NOAA. He's worked on 3 Chesapeake Bay infrastructure projects in the last 6 years. She stopped typing. All 3 in the corridor that Johnson described as the Virginia Land Bank location. DeLuca's the engineering connection between the Florida and Virginia operations, Mike said. And he's Army Corps certified, Jennings said. Which means he has the professional credentials to conduct surveys and sign off on engineering assessments that carry federal weight. A pause. Gary Fitch was the environmental assessment mechanism. DeLuca is the engineering mechanism. Different function, same architecture. Drummond needs this now, Mike said. I'm drafting the referral now. Jennings was already moving. He could hear it. Mike. The Glenn Marsh connection. I pulled his business registration and client history. Tell me. Marsh Consulting Group, West Palm Beach. 8 clients in the last 3 years. 4 of them are candidates in coastal Florida districts where the Forward Florida Leadership Fund was active. Santos was the 5th. The other 3 are in districts adjacent to the Indian River corridor. She paused. The referral that placed Marsh with Santos came through a political networking organization called the Florida Coastal Leadership Initiative. Nonprofit, founded 4 years ago, board of directors has 6 members. One of them is Raymond Foss. Mike looked at the marina through the truck's windshield, at the dock where the Perseverance would come back in an hour with 9 evidence bags, and a chain of custody that connected a congressman's personal LLC to a 3-mile construction survey nobody was supposed to find. Foss placed Marsh, he said. Foss's nonprofit placed Marsh with Santos. The nonprofit's stated mission is supporting coastal community leadership development. Its actual function, based on the client placement pattern, was embedding consultants in campaigns of elected officials who were positioned to oppose or support infrastructure decisions along the corridor. She paused. Santos was the opposition. Marsh's job wasn't strategy. It was information and influence, keeping Santos away from the pipeline fight. Marsh knew, Mike said. Marsh accepted a consulting contract from a nonprofit whose board included Raymond Foss to advise a council member who was the primary opposition to a project Foss's network was advancing. Whether he understood the full architecture. He understood enough, Mike said. Nobody works that hard to steer a council member away from one specific issue without understanding why the issue matters to whoever's paying for the steering. I'll have everything documented for the county record by end of day, Jennings said. The ethics complaint withdrawal, the Marsh connection, the Foss nonprofit placement. Santos's reinstatement to the committee should process tomorrow morning. 4 weeks and 6 days to the vote, Mike said. Plenty of time. She paused. The restitution administrator Drummond appointed, she called me this morning. She's working through the First Patriot case files. Laura Scott's situation specifically. The foreclosure was induced through a documented fraudulent process. The property was transferred to a Lakeview entity for $1, which is clearly a fraudulent conveyance. The administrator thinks there's a viable restitution path. What does viable mean? Not the house back. The house has a building on it now. But the equity value at the time of fraudulent foreclosure, plus damages, through the civil forfeiture proceeds. She paused. It's not the house. But it's not nothing. Tell the administrator to call Laura's attorney directly, Mike said. The attorney's been on deferred fee for 8 months. She deserves to hear it before Laura does. The Perseverance came in at 3:45. Pat at the console, Billy at the bow, doing something with the mooring lines that was technically correct and enthusiastically executed. Webb on the stern deck with 9 evidence bags in a hard-sided case that would go directly from the boat to a federal courier before 5 p.m. Earl was on the dock. Mike was on the dock. Neither of them said anything, as Pat brought the boat in clean, the way Pat always brought the boat in. The same efficiency Mike had watched from this dock a week ago when Pat had come in early from the south with something bothering him and nowhere to put it yet. Webb came off first with the case, shook Mike's hand with a grip that meant it, said, "Good work on the serial numbers." That was the thread that opened everything else to nobody in particular, but in a direction that included both Mike and the absent Billy's prior accomplishment, and went to her car with the federal courier number already pulled up on her phone. Pat came off last, after the engines were down and the lines were set and everything on the boat was where it should be. He stood on the dock with his hands at his sides and looked at the inlet, which was what Pat did when he'd finished doing something that had taken everything he had. 9 units, he said. 3 miles of construction-grade survey coverage. All of it documented, all of it in custody. "Good work," Earl said. Pat looked at Earl. "Your dock's been a safe place to come back to," he said. "Always." 30 years. Earl nodded once, the single nod. There was nothing else required. Billy came off the boat and immediately began telling Mike about the 4th cluster in enthusiastic detail, the way Billy described everything with full commitment and selective relevance. And Mike listened to the full description because Billy had earned the telling of it. "The label on Unit 9, Mike said when Billy reached the end of the cluster description. "Deltaport Associates, Richmond, Virginia. That label is probably the most important thing you recovered today." Billy's expression did something that suggested he understood this but hadn't fully processed the magnitude of it yet, which was appropriate for a 23-year-old who'd found a debris field because he liked free diving and had photographed it because he'd once worked on a research vessel with methodical scientists. "Virginia," Billy said. "Virginia," Mike confirmed. Billy started, stopped. "That's bigger than the inlet." "Considerably bigger than the inlet." Billy looked at the water, at the inlet going its usual afternoon business, at the Perseverance sitting at the slip in the November light. "I almost didn't go back to photograph the numbers," Billy said. "After I found it the first time. I almost just told Pat and left the documentation for when we went back officially." He paused. "I went back because I thought, the scientists I worked with, they always said document what you see before you interpret what you see, because what you see changes once you start interpreting it." "Good scientists," Mike said. "Yeah." Billy looked at the boat. "I'm going to clean the dive gear," he said, and went back aboard, because Billy Chance was 23, and the magnitude of what had just been recovered from 30 feet of water south of the inlet was going to land on him fully sometime in the next 24 hours, and for now cleaning the dive gear was the right thing to do with the afternoon. Mike was at Gus's by 5:30, the stool, the Modelo without the lime, Dewey Pruitt on his usual spot working a scratch-off with the focused attention of a man who'd been doing this long enough to have developed ritual around it. The Johnson resignation had been on the news all day. Cable channels had run with it in the way cable channels ran with congressional resignations. The same photographs, the same statement, the same analysts describing what it meant for the district, the committee assignments, the party dynamics. None of the coverage mentioned land banks or survey equipment or a federal corruption case, because the cooperation agreement wasn't public yet, and Drummond had timed the DOJ press release for tomorrow morning when the federal filing would be simultaneous. "Johnson," Dewey said without preamble. "What about him? I've been watching his name come up in things you've been doing all summer. In the background of things, like a station you keep getting static from." Dewey scratched a box, examined it. "Is this him, finally?" "This is him, finally." Dewey nodded. Scratched another box. You going to be able to prove it? Drummond's filing tomorrow. DOJ press release at 9 a.m. What about his money? The land? Federal forfeiture. Restitution process for the families. Dewey looked at his ticket. That's a long process. It is. People who already lost their houses are in the process. It's not fast. It's real. Dewey set the scratch-off down, having apparently finished whatever portion of it had paid out, and turned on the stool to look at Mike directly, which was rare enough to be significant. You've been doing this all summer, Dewey said. Running around this part of Florida, finding things that were wrong and fixing them, or helping fix them. Marina, grocery store, the politician, the lake. Now this. He looked at Mike with the assessment of a man who'd been watching somebody work from a bar stool for months. How many more of these are there? More than we found, Mike said. Virginia for sure. Probably other states. You going to find them all? Mike looked at the marlin sign above the door, at the faded fish leaping in its permanent painted arc. Not alone, he said. Dewey considered that. Jenny Baker's in Vero Beach. She is. And your detective friend in Colusa Cay. Jennings. And the federal woman in Jacksonville. Drummond. And the reporter. Peggy Nash. And the Army Corps man, and the council member, and the salvage diver, and his young partner who can't keep his mouth shut. Dewey picked up his beer. Sounds like you've got people. I've got people, Mike said. Good. Dewey drank. Because you can't do it alone, and you know it, which is something you didn't know at the start of the summer, or you knew it and wouldn't say it. He set the beer down. Regional plays tomorrow night. Semifinals. Tyler Brooks threw for .320 last week. South Fork secondary can't cover his outside receiver on a fade route, which Tyler has identified, and he'll go to it at least twice before halftime. He picked up a fresh scratch-off from the stack he apparently kept in his shirt pocket. You should be there. I'll try to be there. Don't try. Be there. Dewey scratched the first box. You've earned a Friday night that isn't about anything complicated. Gus came down the bar and set a second Modelo down, the ritual ending of a day that had started before 5 and had produced 9 recovered equipment units and a Virginia engineering connection and a senior federal employee whose access to 3 monitoring systems had just become Drummond's next significant problem. Mike drank it and didn't think about any of that for the hour he sat there, which was the hour the bar required of him. Presence, not problem-solving, the specific rest of being somewhere that asked nothing except that you be in it. His phone buzzed at 6:45. Jenny from Jacksonville. Statement done. 3 hours. Drummond said it was comprehensive. I said it was accurate, which is different. He texted back, how do you feel? 3 dots. Then, like someone who's been holding something very heavy for a long time and just put it down. Tired, in the best way. Then, after a pause, also hungry. Drummond's office has terrible vending machines. He smiled at that, which was the right response to Jenny Baker, describing the inadequacy of federal office vending machines after giving a 4-month statement to a federal agent in a congressional corruption case, and texted back, drive safe tomorrow. Already booked the hotel in Vero for tonight, she sent. I'll be back in the morning. There's more work to do. He put the phone in his pocket. Good news? Gus said from 6 feet down the bar. Someone put down something heavy, Mike said. Gus nodded, went back to the counter, the rag working its familiar circuit. The bar ran its Friday evening around them. Patty Sutton delivering things without being asked. The Ohio couple long gone back to Ohio. their booth occupied now by a young couple with matching rain jackets who'd clearly driven down from somewhere further north and were finding the November evening perfectly comfortable in a way that native Floridians recognized as the hallmark of someone who'd just escaped genuine cold. Dewey's scratch-off produced $2, which he held up briefly as evidence before folding it into his shirt pocket. "Good night all around," Dewey said, which was what he said when things had gone more right than wrong, which was the right assessment of the day. Mike finished the second Modelo, left what he left, walked home through the November dark with the tree frogs making their case in the drainage ditches and the stars running clear overhead the way they ran clear on dry November nights, and sat on the back step for 20 minutes because the back step at night was where things settled into their actual size rather than the size the day's urgency had made them. The burner phone buzzed once. Not Jenny. An unknown number, different area code, the text arriving without introduction. Drummond's communications audit identified the federal employee. GS-15, NOAA Office of Response and Restoration. 22 years federal service. Been selling system access to Foss's network for 3 years. He's in custody as of 30 minutes ago. Mike read it. Typed back, "Who is this?" 3 dots. Then, someone who was watching the audit and wanted you to know before the morning briefing. The machine has a leak now. Then, not just the one Drummond found. He stared at that last sentence. Typed, "Explain." No response came. The 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again, and then nothing. The number didn't respond again, which was the specific behavior of someone who'd said what they intended to say and had no interest in the follow-up conversation. The machine has a leak now. Not just the one Drummond found. He sat on the back step with the tree frogs and the clear stars and the November dark and ran through who could have known about Drummond's communications audit within 30 minutes of the federal employee's arrest, and had both the motivation and the access to text an unknown Florida number with that information. The list was not long. The list had exactly one shape to it, and the shape was someone inside the operation who had decided, at the moment the federal employee went into custody, that the operation's intelligence infrastructure had been compromised badly enough that switching sides was more valuable than staying put. Someone who'd been inside long enough to know what not just the one Drummond found meant. He went inside, locked the real door, left the unknown number's text on the screen so he'd see it first thing when he woke up, before anything else, before coffee or the beach. Some things needed to be the first thing. Chapter 10. Drummond's DOJ press release went out at 9 a.m., and Mike read it at the kitchen table with coffee that was actually hot, which was a rarity on mornings with this much happening. The release ran 6 paragraphs, formal, precise, the language of federal law enforcement, describing a congressional corruption case in terms that were simultaneously complete and stripped of anything colorful. Tom Johnson's name appeared in the first sentence. The Forward Florida Leadership Fund appeared in the second. Phrases like beneficial ownership of fraudulently acquired real property and misuse of congressional resources to obstruct federal investigation did the work that 6 months of ground-level documentation had built toward. Peggy Nash's story had gone up at 9:03, 2 minutes after the DOJ release cleared, and ran 4,000 words with a timeline graphic that Peggy had clearly been building for months and had been waiting for exactly this morning to publish. The story named everything: the land bank, the 2019 parcels, the Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings registration, the pipeline survey, First Patriot, the Palmetto Row connections, the tournament circuit. It named Foss, Reed, Dawson, Hammond, every name that had accumulated across a summer's worth of work, placed in a narrative that showed them as parts of a single machine rather than a series of separate Florida problems. Mike sent Peggy a text, "Good story." She sent back, "Accurate story. There's a difference." Then, "I have 3 calls from national outlets already." This is going to run. Then, Atlanta reporter called too. She wants to coordinate on the Virginia angle. I gave her your number. Hope that's okay. He put the phone down before the Atlanta reporter could call, and drank his coffee in the specific quiet of a morning that had finally said the things it had been building toward saying. The unknown number from the previous night hadn't texted again. Mike had run it through every reverse lookup available on his phone and gotten nothing, which was the expected result for a number designed to not be found. He'd forwarded the text to Drummond's new line at 6 a.m. without commentary, and Drummond had responded with a single word, working. The text's 2 sentences, "The machine has a leak now, not just the one Drummond found," had been sitting in the back of his head since the back step the night before, not urgently but persistently, the way things sat when they contained a shape he couldn't fully see yet. Someone inside the operation who'd switched sides the moment the NOAA employee went into custody. Someone who knew about the communications audit within 30 minutes of an arrest that wasn't public. That was either a federal employee in Drummond's own investigation chain, or someone in the operation with visibility into Drummond's activities that went beyond what Foss's monitoring infrastructure should have provided. Both possibilities were worse than the other one, which was a specific kind of problem. His phone rang. Not Drummond, not Jennings. A number he'd saved months ago, under a name he hadn't called in 3 weeks. Dan Cooper, Indian River County. Saw the press release, Cooper said. Wanted you to hear this directly. Laura Scott's attorney called me this morning. The restitution administrator contacted her last night, the way you asked Jennings to arrange. The attorney's been working the fraudulent foreclosure angle for 8 months. The administrator thinks there's a viable path to recovery of the equity value plus damages. Laura know yet? She knows this morning. Attorney called her at 8. A pause. She asked me to tell you she's still fighting. Said to tell you that specifically. Still fighting, Mike said. Good. Also, Lakeview Property Development. The 3 buildings on Palms Corner Street. Civil forfeiture of the lots is moving, but the existing structures create a complication. Tenants in those buildings, agricultural workers, people who have nowhere else to go on short notice, they can't just be displaced when the forfeiture processes. He paused. The Federal Restitution Administrator is working with the County Housing Authority on a transition plan. Tenants get 6 months minimum, relocation assistance, the whole structure. Nobody loses their housing because of the forfeiture. Mike hadn't thought about the tenants in the Lakeview buildings specifically, which was the kind of gap that appeared when you were working a case from the fraud side rather than the human consequences side. The gap being addressed before he'd identified it was Drummond's office doing exactly what it was supposed to do. What about Dot Williams? Mike said. Her lot is untouched. First Patriot's process never got past the certified letter because she never submitted an application. A brief pause. Dot Williams told the restitution administrator when she called yesterday that she'd been reading fine print since before the administrator was born, and she had no plans to stop. Mike laughed, which was the appropriate response. One more thing, Cooper said. Tyler Brooks. He threw for .341 in the semifinals last night. Florida State's recruiting coordinator was in the stands. I told Dewey I'd try to make it. You missed a good game. Tyler found the fade route on the outside receiver exactly twice in the first half, same as Dewey apparently predicted, which I know because Dewey apparently texted Phil from the boosters during the third quarter to confirm his prediction was accurate. A pause that contained the particular texture of a man describing something that had made him smile. Ray Brooks was in his spot. Third row, center section. He was there when the recruiting coordinator introduced himself to Tyler after the game. Mike was quiet for a moment. "Good," he said, which was the only word that fit everything Cooper had just described. "State championship games next Friday," Cooper said. "I'll be there. You should come." "I'll be there," Mike said, meaning it the way he'd meant it to Dewey and hadn't delivered, not as intention but as fact. Nancy Cole called at 10:30. Field Unit, Federal Wildlife Officer, the woman who'd spent 6 months watching her manatee pattern reports disappear into a regional administrative queue. "The enhanced protection designation is in the federal record," she said. "As of last night. I got the confirmation this morning." She paused. 6 months of reports. 12 follow-up memos. 3 escalation requests that went nowhere. Another pause. Then Drummond's office makes one call to the Inspector General, and it's done in 48 hours. "That's how it goes sometimes," Mike said. "I know how it goes. I've been doing this for 11 years. She didn't sound bitter, more the clear-eyed acknowledgement of someone who'd watched institutional processes work and fail and work again enough to have formed an accurate rather than a disappointed view of them. The designation means the mandatory reassessment of the pipeline corridor's environmental impact. Gary Fitch's 9-day assessment is superseded. Whatever the real assessment shows is what the permit proceeds on." She paused. "The real assessment is going to take 60 days minimum and will involve actual fieldwork rather than copied paragraphs from a different project. That pushes the permit well past Maria Santos's committee vote." "By about 2 months," Cole said. "The vote happens. The real assessment hasn't been completed. The council votes on a pipeline with an incomplete environmental picture, which puts the pressure on the vote rather than on the bureaucratic process." She paused. "Maria Santos is going to win that vote." "You think?" "I've been working lagoon restoration in this county for 6 years. Santos is the only council member who's read every environmental report filed on this waterway in her tenure. She's been waiting for accurate information to use in that committee room, and she's about to have it." Cole paused. "I'm testifying at the committee session. My fieldwork on the manatee pattern, the strike locations, the sanctuary boundary proximity to the survey equipment placement. All of it." "Formally," Mike said. "Formally, on the record, with my agency credentials and 11 years of fieldwork behind it." She stopped. "You should know. The survey equipment placement, the southernmost unit at 40 meters from the sanctuary boundary. I reviewed the placement coordinates this morning against my field observation records. There were manatee strikes within that 40-meter exclusion zone during the survey period. The survey was actively conducted in habitat where strikes were occurring." "They knew the manatees were there," Mike said. "DeLuca's engineering firm knew. The survey coordinates show they adjusted the southernmost unit's placement after an initial positioning that was inside the sanctuary zone. There are 2 sets of anchor marks in the seafloor. Pat Doyle documented both. The first position was inside the zone. They moved it outside after someone apparently noticed the sanctuary boundary." She paused. "They knew they were inside the protected zone, and they moved the equipment to create the appearance of compliance while maintaining substantially the same coverage." "That's in the federal evidence chain," Mike said. "It's in the federal chain, and I'm filing a supplemental field report with my agency today, documenting the strike pattern during the survey period." A pause. "Mr. Ramble, thank you for calling Drummond's office about the Inspector General. I'd been trying to get past the regional queue for 6 months." "Jennings made that call," Mike said. "I just told her to." "Then thank Jennings," Cole said, and hung up. Angie Doyle, Pat's daughter, the marine biologist, arrived at Tucker's Marina at noon without being asked, which was the kind of thing that happened when a community had been sitting on the same problem long enough that the problem's resolution produced a gravitational pull toward the place where the resolution had been worked. She brought water quality data on a tablet, and the focused urgency of a scientist who'd had accurate data for months and had been waiting for an official process worth submitting it to. The mandatory environmental reassessment, she said, on the dock. Pat beside her, Earl at the fuel pump within earshot. Nancy Cole's designation triggers it. The reassessment team is going to need current water quality data for the full corridor, not the data in Fitch's 9-day assessment, which covered 4 sampling points over 3 days. How many points? Mike said. I have 47 sampling stations along the corridor, sampled monthly for 8 months. Temperature, salinity, dissolved oxygen, seagrass coverage, turbidity. She looked at the tablet. The seagrass data specifically is going to matter. Fitch's assessment shows healthy seagrass coverage in 2 of the 3 sections where my data shows significant decline in the last 2 years. The pipeline route crosses through 2 seagrass beds that his assessment essentially invented. He didn't sample them, Mike said. He didn't sample them. He cited a 2018 survey that predates the decline. She looked at Pat. I've been watching this decline for 2 years because the lagoon is my work. I didn't know someone was planning to run a pipeline through it. You know now, Pat said. I know now, and I have the data, and the reassessment team is going to need it. She looked at Mike. Who do I contact? The EPA Office of Inspector General is running the assessment fraud examination, Mike said. But the reassessment itself goes through the state DEP, which will pull in relevant expertise. Jennings can connect you to the right person in the state process. He paused. Angie. The data you have, seagrass decline in the pipeline corridor over 8 months. Does the decline pattern show a cause? She looked at the tablet. Water temperature increase, consistent with altered current flow from upstream development. The agricultural processing facility that the pipeline is supposed to connect to the port. Its operations have been running at partial capacity for 18 months, but the discharge pattern from its existing lagoon-adjacent runoff is already showing in my temperature readings. She paused. The pipeline isn't going to service a facility that's harming the lagoon. The facility is already harming the lagoon. The pipeline accelerates its capacity, and the harm accelerates with it. That's the real environmental impact assessment, Mike said. That's 8 months of real fieldwork, she said. Which is the thing the 9-day version doesn't have. He called Jennings, connected Angie to the state DEP process, and watched a marine biologist with 47 sampling stations and 8 months of decline data walk off the dock toward her car with the specific purpose of someone who'd been waiting for the right place to submit what she'd built. Jennings called it too. Marsh, she said. Glenn Marsh. The consulting contract with Santos. I have the full referral chain documented. Florida Coastal Leadership Initiative, FOSS's nonprofit, placed Marsh with 3 other campaigns before Santos. 2 of those campaigns were in districts where the pipeline corridor crosses county lines. The candidates Marsh advised both lost to incumbents who subsequently voted to advance the corridor's county permit applications. Marsh tanked them, Mike said. Marsh provided advice that consistently undermined the campaign's effectiveness in the specific areas where the candidates were strongest. Lagoon and environmental policy, which was the issue both candidates had built their identities around. She paused. Not illegal, absent proof of explicit instruction to undermine. But the pattern is documented, and it's going in the county record, alongside the Santos ethics complaint documentation. She stopped. One more thing. The Johnson resignation statement. His office released a supplemental statement an hour ago. What kind of supplemental? His personal statement, not the official resignation. 3 paragraphs. He describes his decision to cooperate with the federal investigation as motivated by a desire to make restitution to the communities affected by the operations he authorized. She paused. He names the communities specifically: Colusa Cay, Fort Pierce, Palmetto Row, Indian River County, Lake Okeechobee. Another pause. He doesn't name what he did in each community. He just names them. Mike sat with that. A congressman naming the places he damaged in a public statement without describing the damage, which was either genuine accountability, stripped of its specifics by legal counsel, or a performance of accountability carefully constructed to look genuine without costing anything. "What do you think?" Jennings said. "I think it doesn't matter what he meant," Mike said. "What matters is what the communities do with the next few months." Santos's vote. The real environmental assessment. The restitution process. The land bank unwinding. He paused. Johnson's statement is a footnote. The work is the thing. The work is the thing, Jennings said. I'll have everything to you by end of day. The Marsh documentation, the Santos reinstatement, the Cole testimony coordination, the Doyle data referral. She paused. Mike. The unknown number from last night. Drummond called me this morning. She's identified the text's origin. Tell me. It came from a burner phone purchased in West Palm Beach 11 days ago. The purchaser used a credit card that traces to a shell entity Foss controlled until October, when the entity was dissolved as part of Foss's cooperation agreement. She paused. Foss dissolved the entity, but somebody continued using a payment method attached to it, which either means Foss kept a card he wasn't supposed to keep, or someone else in the network had access to the entity's payment infrastructure before the dissolution. Someone who knew the entity was being dissolved and extracted a payment method before it happened, Mike said. Someone positioned to know the dissolution was coming, Jennings said. Which is not Foss. Foss's cooperation agreement was negotiated internally. Someone who knew about it before it became public was either in Drummond's investigation chain or in the operations chain, close enough to Johnson or Foss to know when the infrastructure was being wound down. Mike thought about it. The text said, "The machine has a leak." That phrasing. Not, "There's a leak in the machine." The machine has a leak, like someone describing a vessel taking on water, something that's theirs, something they have a relationship with. Someone who built part of it, Jennings said. Or managed part of it. He thought about Raymond Foss awake at 5 a.m. with a bag packed, having made his calculation before the marshals arrived. Foss gave Drummond everything. That's the deal. But Foss didn't build every piece of the infrastructure himself. Some of it was built by people who worked for him, people whose names might be in his files, but whose own decision about which way to go hadn't been made yet when Foss made his. Someone in Foss's organization who decided cooperation independently, Jennings said. And who wanted us to know the monitoring infrastructure was more compromised than Drummond had found. He paused. Not just the one Drummond found. There's another access point we haven't identified. I'm sending this to Drummond, Jennings said. She's already working it. She texted working at 6 a.m. He paused. Jennings. Go home after you send the documents. You've been up since before the 6 a.m. call, and the work that can't be done today can be done tomorrow. A pause that suggested she was deciding whether to be annoyed at the instruction. The state championship game, she said. Next Friday. I'm going, Mike said. Cody Jr. plays for the opposing team. The specific dry flatness that was her version of genuine humor. I've been told I should be impartial. I'm not impartial. Nobody's impartial when their kid is playing. Nobody's impartial, she agreed and hung up. He was at the marina at 4, helping Earl move a dock cart that had been in the wrong place for 2 weeks and had finally been promoted to a problem worth solving when his regular phone rang with the Atlanta area code Peggy Nash had warned him about. The reporter's name was Christine Lee, and she had the specific, focused efficiency of someone who'd been building a story for 18 months and had just received confirmation that the story was real. "The Meridian Strategies dissolution," she said, after a brief introduction. "The Georgia operation. I've been building on it since 2022, and I've never been able to close the loop on where the money went after the dissolution." She paused. Drummond's press release this morning. Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings. The Land Bank. The 2019 timeline. She stopped. The Georgia operation didn't dissolve. It relocated to Florida and scaled. "That's the finding," Mike said. "What I need is the connection between the Georgia entities and the Florida infrastructure." Foss's name appears in the Georgia Secretary of State records as a registered agent for 2 of the Meridian Strategies entities before the dissolution. He's the thread. She paused. "Drummond's cooperation agreement with Foss, does it cover Georgia?" "Call Drummond directly," Mike said. "Her cooperation agreement with Foss covers the full infrastructure across all states. What she's authorized to share with press and when is her call, not mine." He paused. "But the thread you have is the right one. Foss is the connective tissue between Georgia and Florida and Virginia." "Virginia," she said immediately. "What's in Virginia?" "Call Drummond," Mike said. A pause. "Can I quote you on anything?" "No." "Can I say a source familiar with the federal investigation confirmed the Foss connection runs across multiple states?" "You can say that." "That's enough," she said, with the satisfied finality of someone who'd gotten the confirmation she needed and knew exactly what to do with it. "Thank you, Mr. Ramble." She hung up, and Mike went back to moving the dock cart, which Earl was directing from 3 feet away with the supervisory authority of someone who had opinions about dock cart placement that had been validated by decades of dock experience. "Lee from Atlanta," Earl said. "Reporter. Working the Georgia angle." "That's 3 states," Earl said. "Florida, Virginia, Georgia." "Probably more from Foss's files," Mike said. Earl picked up the dock cart's other end, and they moved it to where it was supposed to go, which took about 30 seconds of actual effort and 2 weeks of the cart being in the wrong place. "You're staying for dinner," Earl said. It wasn't a question. "I'm staying for dinner. Cook's making red snapper. Got 4 fish this morning, good size." Earl set his end of the cart down with the finality of a task completed. "Pat's staying too. Billy called and asked if he could come. I said yes, because Billy's earned it, and also because Billy not being here would mean Phil from the boosters is the one hearing everything Billy needs to say about the debris field recovery. And I've had enough of Phil's Facebook posts for 1 week." Mike laughed at that, a full laugh, which felt like something that had been waiting for the right moment and had found it. Dinner on the dock at Earl Tucker's marina ran from 6 to past 8, the November evening doing its best behavior thing, cool without being cold, the inlet carrying the smell of the ocean without the heat that usually came with it. Pat ate without talking much, which was Pat. Billy talked without stopping, which was Billy, describing every detail of the recovery in the specific technical language he'd picked up from the scientists on the research vessel, mixed with the native enthusiasm of a 23-year-old who'd done something that had turned out to matter. Earl listened to Billy with the patient attention he applied to everything that happened on his dock, completely without appearing to apply it. Mike ate red snapper that the cook had done right, and drank 1 beer and let the evening be the evening which was something he'd gotten better at across the summer. The capacity to let a thing be over without immediately reaching for the next thing. His phone buzzed at 8:14. Jenny, from Vero Beach. Back at the hotel. Saw Peggy's story. You should read the 5th paragraph. He pulled up the story on his phone, found the 5th paragraph. Peggy had written, "The operation's exposure began not in a federal investigation or a legislative hearing, but on a public beach in a small Treasure Coast town, where a retired intelligence officer with a metal detector and a stake in the outcomes of the communities he'd settled among began pulling threads that the machine's architects had assumed nobody with both the capability and the motivation to pull would ever find." He looked at the paragraph for a moment. Texted Jenny, "She makes it sound more dramatic than it was." Jenny, "She makes it sound accurate. There's a difference." He put the phone away and listened to Billy finishing the debris field story, which had grown slightly in the telling but retained all its essential accuracy, and Earl making the sound he made when something confirmed what he'd already decided, and Pat looking at the inlet with the expression of a man who'd been doing the right work in the right water for 30 years and intended to keep doing it. At 8:40, the text from the unknown number arrived. Mike looked at it under the dock light, the November night running its quiet around the marina. "You should know that the second access point Drummond hasn't found yet runs through a Senate subcommittee. Not natural resources. Appropriations. The Senator Johnson gave you isn't acting alone." He looked at it. Typed, "Who are you?" This time, the 3 dots appeared and stayed longer than before, the pause of someone constructing a sentence carefully. Then, "Someone who built part of this and is choosing to leave it. The Florida work is finished. What comes next is larger. You'll need people. Then, you already have them. You just haven't told them yet that the work is larger." The dots disappeared. The number went silent again. Mike sat on the dock at Earl Tucker's marina with the text on his screen and the November night around him, and the sound of Billy Chance describing the GPS coordinates of the 4th debris cluster to an audience that was listening with varying degrees of technical comprehension. Larger. A Senate Appropriations Subcommittee. The Senator Johnson had given Drummond as an asset for his own deal. Except Johnson hadn't given Drummond everything about the senator, which was what not acting alone meant in the specific grammar of someone describing an operation they'd helped build. He forwarded the text to Drummond and to Jennings simultaneously, no commentary, letting the text say what it said. Drummond's response came back in 4 minutes. "I know. Working. Stay close." Jennings's came in at 6. "How large?" He thought about that. About Foss's files covering 4 states. About Deltaport Associates in Richmond, and the Chesapeake Bay Corridor, and a land bank worth twice the Florida portfolio. About a monitoring infrastructure running through federal agencies that had taken months to start identifying. About a machine that had been running for 5 years and had 14 entities in 3 states, documented by one administrative architect who'd had a packed bag ready, and a retained attorney waiting when the marshals arrived, because he'd known, before anyone in Drummond's office confirmed it, that the machine was coming apart. He typed back to Jennings, "Larger than this summer. Smaller than I'm afraid of. Call me in the morning." The dock light held its small circle of yellow on the dock boards, the inlet doing its tidal thing past the end of it, and Billy had moved from the debris field recovery into an account of the surface radio call to Webb that had evolved in the telling into something considerably more dramatic than the actual exchange. Earl caught Mike's eye across the dock. The look of a man who'd seen the phone exchange and had drawn his own conclusions without requiring a briefing. Mike shook his head slightly. "Not tonight." Earl nodded once. "Tomorrow was fine." The evening ran another hour, the dock light and the inlet and Billy's voice filling it, and Mike let it run completely before he stood and said his good nights and walked the half-mile home through the November dark, the tree frogs going, the stars clear, the burner phone in his jacket pocket next to his regular phone, both of them quiet for the moment. He locked the real door, sat at the kitchen table with the unknown numbers texts on his phone, and the shape of something larger than the summer's work waiting in the space where the summer's work had been. The machine has a leak now. The second access point runs through a Senate Appropriations Subcommittee. The senator isn't acting alone. He was going to need people. The unknown number had said so. He already had them, it had said. He just hadn't told them yet. He picked up the burner phone. One contact. Jenny Baker. Called. She answered on the second ring. I saw the texts, she said. Drummond forwarded them. Of course she did. Senate Appropriations Subcommittee, Jenny said. That's a different scale than natural resources. Appropriations has jurisdiction over federal spending across every agency. If someone on that committee has been running the same access architecture, then the monitoring infrastructure is broader than Foss's files show, Mike said. And the land bank acquisitions in Virginia and wherever else run on better information than Johnson had through natural resources. Because appropriations sees the full federal investment picture, Jenny said. Not just infrastructure in one sector. Transportation, energy, environmental remediation, port development, everything. If someone on that committee has been using advanced appropriations knowledge the way Johnson used natural resources knowledge. The land banks in other states aren't pipeline corridor acquisitions, Mike said. They're whatever that senator's committee saw coming before anyone else did. Jenny was quiet for a moment. This doesn't end with Johnson, she said. No. And the unknown number. The person who built part of it and is choosing to leave it. She paused. They're not giving us information out of civic virtue. No. They're giving us information because the machine is coming apart, and they want to be on the right side of that before someone else places them on the wrong side. She stopped. Which means they know which way it's going. They've made the calculation. The same calculation Foss made at 5 a.m. with a packed bag. Except they're making it from inside while it's still running, rather than after the marshals are at the door. She paused. That means they have access we don't have yet. To the Senate side, to whatever the Virginia operation is fully connected to the monitoring infrastructure beyond what Drummond found. She stopped. Mike. We should meet. Soon. Not on the phone. When? Tomorrow, she said. Gus's bar, if that's all right. I've heard enough about it to be curious. 10 a.m., he said. Before Dewey gets there, and the conversation becomes about football. 10 a.m., she confirmed. Then, is it really named Gus's Tackle and Tavern? It really is. And the Marlin sign. Still hanging. Still crooked. Good, she said. Some things should stay. She hung up, and Mike put the burner phone down next to his coffee cup on the kitchen table, the two of them sitting there in the kitchen's quiet, and looked at the ceiling crack that ran from the fixture to the corner like a river on a map, unchanged from the first morning of this whole thing, the first Jenny Baker call on the beach, unchanged through every investigation and every folder and every dark boat at the inlet mouth. The work had been larger than the summer. The summer had been larger than the marina. Tomorrow would be larger than the summer. He went to bed at a reasonable hour, which was new, and slept without difficulty, which was also new, and woke at 5:20 to the alarm, which was old and reliable and exactly right, and made coffee the good way, and stood at the window watching Mrs. Alvarez's dachshund make its loop in the early dark before the run. The beach was there. The tide was out. He hadn't an hour before anything required him to be anywhere. He took the metal detector off its hook in the carport. The end. Close quarters. Fog of war. Cost of war. Stories of war. Sound of war. Hunter's game. Wet work. Low tide. Closing time. At large. The fix. Salvage.